everything within us, for we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love, for Mother Earth has peace, for Mother Earth is free, for Mother Earth has abundance, for Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Child, I didn't forget. I cut the little intro off. It's been one of those days, fam. Hope all is well on this Thursday, December 9th. We have a great show planned for you. We're actually on episode 54. We've been on this series a little bit over a year. We're actually going to end this series. When are we going to end it? We're going to end it next week. And then we're going to take 2 weeks off from the live. We'll be doing podcasts in between that time. And then we're going to start back up fresh in January to give us time to ramp back up for what the new series will be. So welcome everyone. A shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to brother Randy. Shout out to sis Stephanie. Shout out to sis Divinity. I think I got everybody. Oh, shout out to sis Neri. Good to see you, sis Neri. Shout out to JBP. Good to see you as well. And shout out to all of the YouTube family that's listening. So, just a recap of those of you that have been following us. I know y'all know this, but if this is your first time watching us, like I said, we've been on this series for a little bit over a year, and we started out the series with talking about a document from a study that was conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And in that particular study, they pretty much admitted the power of your consciousness, you being able to create physical reality, physical matter through your consciousness. They actually conducted a study and proved that you can do this. They also talked about the concept of time in that study and how it does not exist. They talked about remote viewing. They talked about the level of your vibration rate and how that is really a thing. So very, very, very powerful study that they opened up to the public, although they got rid of some of the pages. And child, everybody's trying to figure out, well, what did they get rid of? Because what they revealed to us was just like, so we were gonna end it there. And then Brother Sean came back with some information on a book called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. And you can get this information. You can Google it and download the PDF for free. The author actually wants you to do that. But if you want to support the author, you can also get it on Amazon. And in this particular book, she used various ancient texts, and she goes over the true history of planet Earth. She talked about how beings arrived on planet Earth 455 450,000 years ago. I'm going to use the word that they colonized the planet. She also stated that when they arrived, there were already indigenous people on planet Earth in North America. She talked about the beings being the Anunnaki, how they came from a different solar system, and how they brought with them their sense of, I'm going to call it politics, social engineering, and even religion. So she did a very, very good job in this. It's an easy read. So, give it a read if you want to. And then we also kept referencing the Terra papers in this series, and I hadn't had a copy of that for a while because it was out of print. And shout out to Sis Tressie, she got me a copy. So we went through some of the Terra papers as well, which also gives you, I'm going to put in quotations, the true history, not so much of planet Earth, because it was a little bit skewed to me, but it gave you the viewpoint of what everyone is running around now talking about the Galactic Federation and how these different beings from these other solar systems are pretty much were fighting each other. Child, who knows for how long, and frankly, who cares? And how ultimately they grouped up together to form federations and pretty much came and conquered planet Earth and colonized. Okay, so shout out to Sis Tressie for that. It's a hard read. The Terra Papers is a hard read. It will take you a while to get through it. What I do like about it also, it goes through a lot of the cuneiform language and the origins of words as well. Okay. And then you do, as with anything you read, as you all should know, you have to use discernment. Okay. So that's no exception. All right. And so then Brother Christopher hit me to this book, Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy. And here's that book. Okay, and you can get that on Amazon. Doggone it, what happened to my bookmarks? I think I wrote down the pages. So we've been on this for the past, couple months. And in here, she also used ancient text, but her main source of reference is the Sumerian text. And she goes into the Anunnaki beings, how they came to planet Earth. Once again, I'm going to say as invaders, as colonizers. And she goes into a lot of detail on their practices, their religion. The biggest thing that you're going to get out of this particular reading, and I hope that we're pointing out, is that these Anunnaki beings are not beings that's mystical and special. Okay? As a matter of fact, I look at them as the opposite. They are huge shit starters, dramatization all day long. Okay? She went as so far as to call them human, which blew me back. I had never, ever, ever heard anyone refer to them as human. The only difference is, which I started to get that in my mind, it clicked with me. Wait a minute. This isn't about these mystical beings that's above others. This is just about technology that these beings had. And she pretty much stresses that point as well in her writings. So we are still going over her works. We're going to do a little bit something different tonight, because what I did is I pulled out the catastrophes that were listed in the Bible. And I am literally we're going to discuss them tonight, and we're going to match them up with the Sumerian text. Blink, 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 blink. Okay. All right. So with that said, let me bring on my co-host. Okay, yep. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay, I think I unmuted you, sis.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you, sis Rhonda, to the family. I'm doing pretty good, actually. It's cold. Well, it's colder than.
It's cold there. Oh, wait a minute.
Recording in progress.
What?
Well, it's rainy, but we had it's not really cold comparative to anybody who's experienced cold, but we came from 111 degrees this summer.
True.
So, we have to adjust.
Yeah, your body has to adjust.
Yes.
I feel you.
Yes,
I feel you. I'm sitting up here with a thermal shirt on and a hoodie, so that just shows you how I'm cold. And we've been shifting from, when did it snow? Snowed yesterday.
Wow.
It snowed yesterday. It melted. And so it's not really, really cold, but we're in the same boat where it's 60 one day, and then it drops down to like 20, feeling like it's -5, and this weekend it's going to be 60. It's just up, down, and my allergies are just so out of whack. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So we're about 40 something or 50 something.
Oh, that's cold for y'all.
Yeah, some from 111.
Oh, that's real cold for Cali.
Yeah. Well, I'm central, and it's rained today. They trying to start us out in Cali. So
Child.
they doing their thing. They think that everybody's done but them.
Right. Child. Okay, well, do you have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the family?
Well, there's a couple of things. Zoom, they laid off all those people.
No, it wasn't Zoom. Wasn't it some other raggedy CEO girl? He just did it over Zoom.
Oh, he did over Zoom?
Yeah, girl.
Oh, okay.
He laid off, I forget what company he was with. I think it was like he called a Zoom call, girl.
Oh, okay.
And laid 400 something people off at the same time.
It was 900, I thought.
Oh, 900. Yeah, yep, you're right. 900. Laid them off at the same time, girl, over a Zoom call.
Okay, because I think I got their article.
I know Zoom would get a hold of this. We did, her.
Yeah, I mean, he said they weren't given full time. They were only
girl.
An average of 2 hours. I said, "Ooh, I'd like to get that job." I'd have that computer on all day long.
And all of us are scratching our head like, how would you know how much they working? You full of blank.
Yeah, he can't do that. I mean,
you just want to lay them people off.
Exactly.
Just a scumbag. I mean, if you gotta lay people off, lay them off, but damn, do it individually.
Exactly. But
just a scumbag.
But the lockdown is for this culture to go down. This present time. And so laying people off, mandates, all that was just excuses.
I agree.
To kill out the human race as it is in the population.
Well, to put people in a certain financial position.
Yeah.
Well, I say some companies are using it as a crutch.
Yeah, exactly. So that people can beg them for their bread, servitude.
Right, but the catch of it is it's backfiring because they can't find enough people to work.
But that's the point. They don't want people to work.
Well, I agree with you on that because it's just weird. It's just weird, but I'm kind of on the fence with it though, sis, because I know Sis Divinity, she's in the chat. She's gonna relate to what I'm talking about because she used to have me rolling. She called this years ago. Years ago, I would say maybe 3 years ago. She said this 9 to 5 stuff and working majority of your life, I think it's coming to an end because these young people ain't having it.
No.
They do not want to work no job like that. And I just kind of laughed. I said, you know what? You're right. So when we started seeing that with all of this stuff that's shaking out, the lockdown, we both said, yep, there it is. So I'm kind of mixed with it. I kind of think that they know that cycle of the way they're doing things, period, is pretty much over.
Well, I think they want you to be submissive and beholden to them.
Well, that's always the case. I mean, when has that been new?
They want you to get credits for behaving, and you can't give credits for having your own stuff. If you already have it, they can't. You can't be submissive to the government. So they want you to make sure you don't
have a sense of dependency,
basically. Real sense of dependency.
Yeah. Where I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I was just going to go to another section. If you want to comment on that one.
No, I was just going to say, as folks should have learned with Katrina, you bet not depend on them.
No, you shouldn't. And so my next subject is that graphene oxide. I don't know if I can say that word, but geo.
Okay.
Geo is deleting people, and it's deleting them, especially the young people who are very active in sports.
I saw that,
and I heard that as they, they're running around, it works faster to get into your vessel. And so since it goes really fast, then, when you're running and then you have aneurysms and thrombosis and all this kind of stuff, you start shaking and dropping down,
Yeah.
And so what people need to do is be proactive if they've already taken the hoochie coochie. Be proactive in trying to reboot their immune system because it's taking their immune system down.
You have any suggestions? Now, although this is not medical advice in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
D3, selenium, zinc, and dandelion tea. Well, dandelion tea really will block that spike.
Okay.
And that zinc will coat those cells. Okay. But once you and I understand, and I heard that. I don't know how true this is, but they want to keep the done and the undone separate.
Say that again. They want to keep the done and the undone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they want to keep the done and the undone separate. Because of the energy field centers of the undone will pull out of them and nullify the done.
Interesting.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday, and I thought, really? So that's why they're trying to keep us away from them.
Child.
If anybody know what I'm talking about,
you're doing good. We following along.
Because because the undone still maintains their humanity centers, their frequencies instead.
Yeah.
And vitamin C, and of course minerals. You have to mineralize yourself. Liquid, get some liquid minerals and drink them. They're pretty good, most of them. Mm-hmm. And do it according to the directions. Don't just
overdo it. Right.
Yeah, don't turn the bottle up, because the young people are not Vitamin C, yeah, you got that, and mag, baby. I won't say that boosts your immune system, but I repeat it again. Black love, it's selenium, zinc, vitamin D3, dandelion tea, which is the main culprit of blocking that spike. That will block
Right.
it. And what else did I forget? Vitamin C. So
Mm-hmm.
the young people are going out and doing life, and life is being taken from them because they went and did that hoochie coochie.
Yeah.
So, and the young people, I mean, I saw ages 16. I'm like, good God.
Yeah.
They got another one out there. They're going to try to convince other folks for another, you know.
Uh, it's
I'm like,
at this point, if people don't get it, although I heard folks say, "Oh yeah, I scheduled, to go do yada yada yada," and I don't open my mouth because I number one, I don't want to judge. That's their body, their right to do what they want to do. But I'm thinking to myself, how many of those are you gonna take? But it's not my business. I'm just sitting back tripping like that's a lot.
well,
That's really, really a lot.
the problem is our young people are not being proactive to take care of themselves. You have to understand that there's some recreations you cannot do anymore, period. And that's where blood or body fluids are exchanged.
Mm.
You better understand
Child, they
who,
ain't finna stop that.
well,
Only thing you could tell them is to wrap it up, but
no, I mean drugs too.
that too. That
Uh,
too.
and you have to understand you can't do that anymore because these people have symptoms of snorting, sniffing. You know what I'm saying?
Child.
And if you're going to do that, you're going to get whatever they are transmitting.
Right.
And
Right.
I had a young person that I knew of, all his little old lonesome, ever since he was about 14, to die.
Mm-hmm.
Just here day before yesterday or so, the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, isn't he? You guys that dumb? You don't have sense to not exchange body fluids, especially with strangers. So anyway,
Child.
that's all. And so that
I mean, and that includes people lighting up your ooh wee. Matter of fact, the way people roll today behind closed doors, that's out. Sharing ooh wee. You better have your own. I ain't got nothing for you. Them days are gone, honey.
you're smoking from the peace pipe.
Yeah,
That's
shoot,
what I'm
because
trying to tell. That's what I'm
once the
talking about.
youngins put me up on game, what was going on behind closed doors, I said, what? Oh,
Yeah,
hell no.
yeah. This is what I'm talking about. You can't do that
Child,
anymore.
no, no, no.
And
It's
the
not going
other
to
ones,
happen.
there's more than that one, but there's more of the other ones they share. You can do that.
Right.
It's
I'm
different.
good. I'm
So
good.
anyway, I'm just, I heard another guy, his uncle died. My neighbor's uncle died.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at him and I said, didn't you tell him about this stuff? He said, yeah, I told him. And he said, but he didn't want to take it. I said, he preferred death. He said, and he shrugged his shoulder.
That's how it be. If it don't come from
The,
the
the,
medical field, they not gonna listen to what you have to say. So I mean, to each his own at this point. I wish everyone well. I don't wish no harm on anyone, and I respect everyone's decision. I'll put it that way. I respect your decision if that's what you want to do. I just for them to keep coming out with you need to do this, and that, you would think that it would be troublesome.
Well, you know, if your body is your vessel, and it's the only one you have on this side of the plane, you better get some sense and try to start taking care of it.
Child.
Because if you are 38, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, and you still won't try to give it more than they give you in this poison place. The water is poison, the food is poison, everything. So you need to replace what your body needs to exist.
Right.
I mean, it's just common sense. But some people would rather take a hoochie coochie than to take an extra pill.
Right.
Or two or three. I'd rather take all the pills they can give me if I have to take that stuff, because it's coming out. It's coming out. It's in the works, and everybody gonna know what's going down.
Well, it's not like it's already out. People don't want it. Peace and love, Nisi Poo. It's already out. It's just people believe what they want to believe, and that's their right. Because remember, if you speak out against that topic, you're literally shunned to the general public. So it's not like it's out. It's out. People, they just don't believe it. Let's just be honest. They don't believe it. And that's their right not to believe it. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know, and I get almost cussed out. I do.
Yeah, because you be steady trying, child. I'll be by. I'll be like, I don't even comment. I'll be like, oh, okay. And folks be trying to skirt around and be trying to get up in my business, and I just give them this look like it's none of your business.
You know, for my license, I have to study to keep it. And I keep my license up to date. And this year, vaccines was what my subject topic was.
Oh, wow.
So when people tell me they studied the science, I'm trying to figure out what science is that.
Child, I don't be trying to argue with these people.
And I'm going to tell you, old folks are just stupid, because the Medicare, they have stats on Medicare people.
Mm-hmm.
And they had about 49,000 dropping. Because they went in there, you know, and took it just when they said, oh, go get it. They went and ran. 49,000 they had the stats on dropped. The younger people are more resistant, the 30s to 50-some years old.
Yeah, and that would make sense. They have a different immune system.
No, I mean, they went and took the hoochie coochie. Older folks.
Yeah, that would make sense. The last, I think they said, out of the population in the America, in the States, I think they said, is it 60-something percent, close to 70%, which that's high to me. That's high, but I'm tripping that they're still screaming that that's too low. And I said, whoa, this is a lot deeper than what they're telling. But I'm like, that's on other folks. Oh, well.
He lost the mandate stuff. He's losing.
Yeah, because in Ohio here, matter of fact, I need to check. They put a bill before the floor saying you can't force folks.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, different states are doing that, and they're doing it because the people are demanding it.
Well, you know, I have people who do federal stuff, you know, military thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You know, it was like you either pay or you won't pay. Play or pay. You got X day to decide that.
Yeah.
You know, and
and federal workers too.
Yeah.
I know here the state workers had to do it as well. Um, so, child, I mean, like I said, I respect people's decision. That's their business. Who am I to tell them what to do with their body? Only issue I've always had, you need to respect other folks' body as well. So this is a lot deeper than most folks are looking at it as, but isn't that always the case?
They're trying to turn off the frequencies, yes. And take that pineal gland and put it in zombie state
Yeah.
to to do their bidding. It's like I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get on that Bible, but in the in the beginning, uh, Isaiah said that Yahweh stole the creation, right?
Uh-huh.
What it says in Isaiah. So that's exactly what they're doing right now. That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that I said it's a reset. I
They
said
trying
it's
to
part
change
of the reset. Yeah.
they change your DNA.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the reset for sure,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if they did it back in the beginning, they doing it again.
And I don't think it ever stopped, to be honest. I
No,
think
they've been.
I'm gonna it'll probably be tomorrow or Saturday. I'm gonna do another podcast. It's gonna dive into uh resets, but it's going to be looking at it from the angle of kind of the DNA side of things. And interestingly enough, it's always some reason why you can't sleep or why something didn't go the way you planned it to go. And then when you run across some information, you're like, oh, that's why my day didn't go the way it was supposed to go. So I'm trying to go to sleep so I could be all freshened up for today's broadcast and getting through a whole day. And X-Files come on. So I'm not going to go through it because that's what's going to be a part of the podcast. And my mouth about dropped. So none of this surprises me. We see it for what it is.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. AI technology was mentioned in that reset, in that mRNA. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Of course. Of
But
course.
we figured that out. Didn't we figure that out?
Yeah, we've been, didn't we say that when we went over that time travel patent? I mean,
Yes,
we
exactly.
literally went in detail.
Robots.
Yep, we went in detail. And it wasn't like we was making it up. We was just walking through the patent.
And interpreting what it said. That's all.
And everything that we said, what they said in their patent, it's playing out, but people don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not surprising us. We're like, okay, yeah. Remember we talked about that in that patent. Because what people still fail to realize, although these folks are, whether you want to say demonic, definitely colonizers and controllers, they do still give disclosure.
Yeah, they do.
They really, really do.
They had a patent on this stuff.
They really do give disclosure. It's just that most people don't look at it. They don't believe it. They expect disclosure to be breaking news. We are full of shit about the following and have a long ass list of stuff. No, that's not how they do disclosure.
That Bear pharmaceutical CEO told you what it was. He got up to the mic and said it. It's cell and gene therapy.
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, remember when folks got hooked on opioids?
Oh yeah, they was a trip.
They actually, y'all, catch, if you have Hulu, catch out that series called Dope Sick on Hulu. I'm telling you, it's really, 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 really good. They give you the whole chronological order and the backstory of how the opioid epidemic happened in the country. And it just, I'm watching this series and I'm like, and see, this be the stuff that people that they're calling conspiracy theorists be talking about, and then they let the epidemic and stuff play out, and then finally give the breaking news. Oh, our bad. Taking opioids can become addictive. Our bad for not, we messed up on that. When all along that information was being leaked out. So they always give you disclosure, because I don't know, maybe in their mindset, the way they give disclosure, it's going to stop them from karma, which it never stops them. That's why they still gonna keep getting theirs. But they always give you disclosure. They really, really do.
Well, I understand that Glenn Beck has all summarized about this one.
Ciao.
And he's talking about it. I haven't seen it. I just heard about it.
Yeah, they always, because didn't they kick him off the air and stuff? Because he was the one that talked about Black Europeans. He talked about it on the air. I was like,
they got rid of him about that show.
Did I was like, Glenn, I'm here for this, baby.
I listened to it too on that one.
He sure did. He went with the founding fathers are not the original founding. He sure told it like it was. So, like I said, they always give disclosure.
Isn't that this cultural council movement now to get some of the truth out there?
Yeah.
And they don't want that out there, and they say they're being racist by bringing up. What is the other one?
Child.
That other one, we were asking what that means. I forgot what the name of that stuff is. They don't want the truth taught because that changed the whole dynamics of who they are.
Right. Because, well, when the truth becomes known across the majority of the populace, it changes the reality.
Yeah, it does.
Okay? Because right now, you only have the 1% controlling the reality, and then you have the other opposing 1% saying, we see y'all. But because the 90%, or I guess it would be 98%, 98% are with the controller 1%, that's why the reality pretty much stays the way it is.
Right.
But it's not like they don't give disclosure. Any of this information that we're digging up and bringing up, if they truly wanted it hidden, we wouldn't have it. But they're so confident in the programming that they have instituted. Let them have it. Let them find out, because nobody's going to believe. The majority are not going to believe them anyway. So in the grand scheme of things, if you really think about it, and if we really want to be honest with each other, whose fault is that really? I mean, and if you think about it, just bring it down to your own family. You could tell them something it's you blue in the face. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Until it jump off, then they want to come back running. Well,
I have to tell them I'm not even getting a dime. I'm not not getting paid not one penny to give them this information.
They don't. Can you think they care about that?
No, but I studied for 7 years to get it.
They
And
don't
I
care
don't
nothing about that.
care.
They give zero fucks about that. I mean, seriously,
Know it.
if you understood how many folks I tried to put up on game regarding technology, regarding where the industry was going.
You working it.
And I'm like, motherfucker, I didn't just wake up out of the bed and get in IT. I've been in this shit for going on 20 years. And especially men with their motherfucking egos. Oh, you don't know what you talking about. Okay, bitch, keep saying it. Keep saying I don't know what I'm talking about. Now they coming back running. A lot of them, oh, well, you said, oh, yeah, okay. And one actually apologized and wanted my help with something. No, I'm good. Better remember what the fuck I told you. No, I'm good. They give zero fucks about what you know until they've already missed the train, because that be my point. If you come running to me when it's already popular knowledge, you done missed the train, blood. Don't come fucking running to me now. You have literally missed the boat.
The boat is sailed.
So I just sit back like, well, yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever. All right, let me bring on brother 832. Here we go.
You know what? Excuse me. JBP. Them people who sign a consent form to get a vaccine need to figure out why. And they're doing that. They're making people sign a consent form because you have to not sue them for your injuries. They just have that posted in the chat. I just wanted an answer to that.
Yeah.
They need to figure out why.
They don't care.
I know.
They don't care, because if they did, you know, I like I said, I don't have any comment on that matter because people have made their choice. I respect their choice, and I keep it moving.
Keep it moving now.
Yeah, I kept it moving back then. I put the information out before they clamp down on it. It's everyone's personal choice. And that's with any of this information.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a while now, haven't we?
Yeah, and you know, we know that people will swing on you for the silliest shit. And it's like, why are you concerned what comes up out of my mouth or what I type? People are just weird like that. They literally need comfort in the decisions that they make as adults.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm not going to be holding your hand and taking on that type of ownership and responsibility, nor are you going to control what the hell I say. It just doesn't work that way, not with me. Don't think for 1 minute that you think this YouTube platform is going to make me change my particular values and opinions to pacify and coddle you. No, it doesn't work like that with me, not over here. And that's just with anybody. Now, if I'm wrong on something, I have no problem apologizing, being an adult about it. But to change my viewpoints so you can sit comfy, cozy, no, that's not how this works. That's called you need to find another platform that makes you comfortable. And I'm noticing it is getting worse. And I already know why it's getting worse. Because people are scared. They're scared. They don't want to let go of what they thought they knew. Okay, don't let go of it. But I done told you the realm has moved on. The earth has moved on and don't give a fuck about your feelings. None of it. You make your own decision. No one is responsible for holding your hand and talking you through it. So even with you sitting up, calling yourself straddling the fence, you still gonna make a decision. And I'm cool with whichever way you go. That's your business. I wish you well. But calling yourself trying to control someone else, and particularly someone you don't even know. I'm like, people are have literally lost their mind, and I see so much immaturity. And that's why occasionally I cuss you the fuck out, because I feel like it. But with that said, let me bring on Brother 832. Okay. Uh-oh. All right, Brother 832. There you go. Peace and love.
Rhonda, Sandra, my sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. And since Sean and Scotty are missing in action, I will not elevate them to their throne this week. But here's the thing. And I'm probably going to do an extended movie review or television analysis just to pick off where you started, whether you cussing me out or not. I don't know if that was a segue.
No, however, do you need a cussing out this week?
No, I just thought it was interesting how you tied the two together. So now let me go to Brother 832. But anyway, here's the thing. I didn't go into dope.
Wait a minute, no. You being Freudian there. What you need me to cuss you out about this week? Because you can get it now.
Well, I didn't go to dope sick, but I did hear something more on the so-called mainstream media. Did you dig into West Virginia? Now, I haven't seen Dope Sick specifically, but did it dig into West?
That's what Dope Sick is about, 832. It gives you the whole
So if it
layout.
went in depth, because I saw it from a different, it's like ABC News 2020 or something like that.
It went
in
depth.
What was interesting was something like 500,000 tabs in one county that had like less than 2,500 people or something like that. It was some absolutely astronomical kind of number. I can't remember the name of the big pharma because they're being put on blast and are now being sued. Okay, so I don't have the details, so I'll probably have to go back and deal with it. Okay, so that's one of them, but there's another one out there laying in the cut. Now, what's important about West Virginia? Dare I say Joe Manchin? Dare I say Robert Byrd, the actual Imperial Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, whose seat he now currently occupies? But let me not go down that rabbit hole. The other thing that I was going to ask you about, Tech Girl, did you jump off on Startup? I have been completely obsessed, and I'm almost 2 episodes out, finishing up the 3rd season. Are you hip to Startup?
I sure not. Come on, get the details and what network it's
Now, actually, what's amazing about it is from 2018. I thought it was like fresh off the boat because, girl, this is not, I don't want to give it away, but I do want to just do the setup. And you're going to circle back and tell me if you got your Eternals hit. But anyway, on Startup, you got a Cuban out of Hialeah. If you're familiar with Miami anyway, you know about South Beach only because of its population.
Right.
You got a white Jew from South Beach. You got a Cubano chica from Hialeah, and you got a little Haiti Haitian.
Okay.
That got a gang called LH7, which presumably stands for Little Haiti 7.
Okay.
Okay. Between these 3 characters, the Cubano chica creates a cryptocurrency called Gencoin, then gets it stolen out from under her nose by an Asian in the tech world, quote unquote, backed by a mafioso Russian princess. Because you know, always in the mob world.
Good. That does sound
good. That's first. That's only the first layer.
Mm-hmm.
Then after she gets jacked, and basically the three of them were trying to coordinate how to create this Gen Coin opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Then it got stolen. Part of the money was dope money that the white Jewish father tried to have his son pass and fade out $2 million.
I did
Of
see
the $2 million,
that. I haven't seen
hold
it
on
all
a second
though,
now.
but go
Of the
ahead.
$2 million,
Go ahead. Yeah.
300,000 came from the Haitian.
Yep.
300,000 came from the Haitian. You feel where I'm going with this now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the setup for how they became co-partners, if you will, on trying to make GenCoin a reality. Now, remember, GenCoin was also playing out with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies going in the background. So this is supposed to be fictitious, right? It's supposed to be fictional. After they stole GenCoin, check this out. Sister Girl comes back round two and creates a dark web platform called ArachNet.
Okay, see, I'm not
And
that
goes
far.
hit
I'm
it.
not that far in it yet.
So I don't want to give it away. I just wanted to set up the story. So you do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because I seen the first. I'm only up to the point where the Haitian came into the mix. So now
So you did see him take the white boy out into the Everglades and was about to put a bullet in the cranium.
I don't even remember that part. I'm gonna have to probably go back maybe an episode or two. I don't remember that.
Because then you got to understand that's where the lowdown for the throwdown.
Okay.
Because the $2 million was given by the dad
Right.
to the son.
Right.
And guess how? How did they hand it over to each other? The USB.
Yes. Yes.
You remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we already know what the setup is. Now you had, if she who walks among the mist is going to roll up out and get up from under them babies and go hide in the closet and whatnot, give us a report or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, metaverse. You know the throwdown and the lowdown with that bullshit, right? Have you heard the latest? The rumor is of Bill Gates supposed to be setting stakes. Have you heard that?
Selling steaks of what?
It's a variation. It's a variation of what Tamika was pushing when y'all were first talking about this and y'all kind of bounced around. This was, matter of fact, it was on Veterans Day. So it's been like a good 3-4 weeks ago. And her and what's the other brother? Nuwa?
Yeah.
The other young blood? Who said he was somewhat lost on how in the hell are you going to explain to me that you can claim a $250,000 spot on the internet? I believe it's supposed to be 52 by 52 square. I don't know what the hell that dimension is supposed to be. She shared with me just in the last couple of days, some mofo, I don't know who, don't care, paid $450,000 to stay virtually next door to Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Now, this is what Tamika said.
Yes, I heard about that.
Yeah, this is what Tamika shared with me in the last couple of days. But it's going in the background, and the lowdown is whatever the hell Bill Gates is doing. I still don't know what. I don't know why. But you know what happens when things like that happen, whether it's publicly professed or reported on or not. That's a seismic shift kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So when the founder of Microsoft has basically laid, okay, let's compare this to the gold rush in the 1840s. What happened, Cali girl? Because that's your doorstep. What happened when we allowed these foreign bastards coming in here? The phrase used to be called claim jumping. Do either of you ladies remember that? First, they set down stakes, supposedly. That's that settler shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you had other mofos come behind them and claim jump.
Yep.
Well, I just described 2 examples there. But then this technology is exactly what Sean said a couple of weeks ago about drawing your ass in. Now, what is it, a week away from Matrix 4? You think you'll ever be able to race out?
It's a week away? Okay. I'm going to have to go
at least
back to
sometime
the theater.
before Christmas.
They cleaned it up, y'all. I don't fear bed bugs no more. They got rid of them seats, so I was chilling. But go ahead.
Do you still have, because didn't you interview Sophia once before?
No,
years back?
That wasn't me.
Did you reach out to the matriarch? I mean, I'm not trying to, tell you what to do with the show, but if you could, I would love to hear her.
Stewart. Yeah, I'll try.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll try.
I would love to hear what tidbits that she'd be with, girl. Because well, anyway, you know what I mean about that. But now,
I'll try.
They done already. Guess who's gonna be Morpheus?
Oh.
Dr. Manhattan from The Watchmen. Now, I know you did see The Watchmen, right? The brother
Yes.
in blue.
Oh, yeah,
Calvin.
yeah. Regina
Calvin, her
King's husband, right?
Her husband.
Okay.
Her husband.
Okay. So
He's Morpheus.
why is he a new Morpheus?
There's no discussion about that.
Okay,
no, Lawrence
we
ain't
don't know
saying
yet.
a word. Ain't saying a
Okay.
peep. But interesting how that plays out. Same thing gonna go down while they keep claiming they're not going to recast T'Challa. Because that's gonna be immortally Chadwick Boseman. But whatever.
Right.
Because they control the narrative, correct?
Right. True. That.
So they do what the hell they do, whatever they want to do.
Right.
We ain't gonna do a damn thing.
Right.
All right. So now, circling back to startup, not to go into the plot or the storyline because I don't want to give it away. This shit is tantalizing as hell. What do you think about that premise? Because that, to me, when I first rolled into it, was this is the new economy. It's being put right here on a pedestal.
I've been saying that years ago. That's why I literally cut some brother off at the knees recently, because I've literally been talking about that for years. None of that was new to me. For years, I've been talking about it. I've been telling melanated people and folks, specifically me, and oh, you don't know what you're talking about. That's a scam, blah, 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 blah. But as soon as it started getting popular and they started paying other people to give them advice and they get scammed, then they want to come running back to me. I ain't got nothing for you, bruh. Thank you for the apologies. I ain't got nothing for you. I have been saying it for years. I have consistently been saying it for years. The only view that I changed, because I thought when it first came out that it was authentically some big, like independent system.
Well, for example, like I don't watch it per se, I've been somewhat kind of hesitant. Succession or Billion?
Yeah, I watch
because both of those are really on the cable channel. Okay, but now Startup, and it's what threw me off, because when I got off into the second season, I wasn't paying attention. The date on this is Netflix, by the way. You know, it's a Netflix original series. It's 2018, so this is before COVID.
Like I've been talking about crypto before 2018.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the manner of having this series done. You know, for it to come out in 2018, it hasn't been done probably
it was
2016
planned,
or 2017.
Right? It was planned.
So, yeah. So back to, again, I want to go too far because I love when you go and see it for yourself and then we maybe chop it up.
Yeah,
but I think this is probably the best one that I can see that's showing the range, the panorama of what is there. Because again, this is the 35 and under set.
Yes.
Basically.
Yep.
Okay. The other thing is, and just for your consideration, because this is the bullshit that I'm seeing, I don't know if it comes across it probably does because you're a tech girl, but NFTs, you know about non-fungible tokens.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what the significance of that is?
That you can just buy stuff in the metaverse.
The same digital world that they're trying to recruit your ass to
Right.
come and fucking plop down with some Oculus goggles.
Right.
And supposedly get you a virtual couch in a virtual apartment. As I tried to explain to you the last time I talked to you about surrogates, when you do get a chance to watch Surrogates, it shows people actually in a damn lazy boy chair, if you will, vegged out, living through, in this case,
reality.
not the actual virtual no, not just actual avatars. They're actual cybernetic beings. So they have an automatic, robotic version of themselves, or however the hell they want to shape it and fashion it. But that's what's out in the real world, not their physical self. So it's a twisted warped part of the same kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's a twist.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so you got robotic individuals, not real human beings. The real human beings are in Oculus goggles on a goddamn slab or Easy Boy or whatever.
Right.
Depending on your money that you have, because you know how it's going to be the same thing. You're going to have the knockoff bootleg shit, or you're going to have the cutting edge, high, got the goddamn bling bling glitter and shit.
Exactly.
But still, you're doing the same thing.
Exactly.
You've vegged out, detached from quote unquote the real world.
Yeah.
Okay. So NFTs is along the line of purchasing in the virtual world And that shit is just some completely ridiculous shit. But again, $450,000 for whatever virtual space, saying you sitting next to Snoop Doggy dog. Okay. Then, have you heard of GTEs?
No.
Doesn't matter what the acronym is. Just taking it a step further, what I said about the non-fungible token, is to now break that shit off into to separate integral parts. Imagine getting a 1 millionth piece of the Mona Lisa.
Child, if that
I'm not even saying that shit. Is that some fucking ridiculous?
Are you talking about in the metaverse or in the physical world?
Girl, I'm telling you, they're pushing this shit as we speak.
I just really can't.
That's why I asked you, are you here? Look, just Google GTE. I can't remember the exact acronym, but that shit is being prepped and it's said to potentially be a quadrillion. Not sure. Now we've gone past trillion.
Right, past trillion.
That's a quadrillion potential marketplace. Now, what the fuck?
Child, I just really can't.
Now, all of this is still technically and slightly under the umbrella that we just got released, the so-called meta of Facebook and so-called metaverse, right? Has been begun, so-called. Have you heard, now again, I'm still on the tech side, but this is now in the real world industry. Have you heard the possible trend on how to outlaw actual petroleum gas powered cars within less than possibly 5 years, not even 10 anymore? Have you heard that?
Yep, they pushing hard. Yeah, Biden was
so
the
that
one that's
back.
pushing it as well as Cali, because Sis Sandra, didn't Cali, I don't know if it went through, but was trying to outlaw any gas.
Yeah, it went through.
Okay, the lime mowers and the lime blowers and stuff.
Yeah, but Sandra, aren't you already paying $5 a gallon? I know it's already in the news. Isn't it $5 a gallon?
The last time it was about $4.55.
But shit, what's the difference?
Exactly.
What's the difference in $4.50 and $5?
So when you put it on taxes, yes.
Okay, so that's what, like Kurameo likes to say, dodge the hijack. Okay, so they fucking hijacking your wallet.
Yeah,
hijacking your wallet.
As always.
Okay, so then.
Listen, you're not gonna only do your cars. You won't be able to have gas appliances.
What? Oh, child! Now we finna.
Yeah, well, that's all. I see.
Just
hold on to your wig. Hold on to your wig, because now I'm gonna drop another piece on it. I'm not trying to blow it off your head, but just I want to just put some of these pieces out there for consideration. Have you heard about these mofos coming back with the transonic, hypersonic to reduce the sound of splitting the sound waves that took away the Concorde? It was about like 20 years ago now when they stopped flying the Concorde. Have you seen the stories and that was on 60 Minutes, I believe, about a week ago. They're working on a brand new plane concept that will be supersonic, and you won't be able to hear it like you do with the boom.
Yeah, but
when it breaks the sound wave and go to Mach 1.
Is it faster than the Concorde or the same speed?
Yeah. But what we're talking about is to do it in a streamlined kind of way with aerodynamics that reduces the impact of the sound waves. So that's the reason why it could not fly across land.
Because it was.
It was only transatlantic and some was trans-Pacific. So keep your eye on that. I'm just showing you again. Remember, you still ain't got the Jetsons from the 60s.
Yeah.
But you see where I'm going with this. See, the Jetsons morphed into Minority Report, if you remember that, with Tom Cruise.
Yep, that may have to go to my World Tech one. Thank you for that.
Okay, so one final thing, just again, laying the layers out here. The shit is right under our nose. Who don't have maglev in the entire motherfucking world? Who don't have maglev bullet trains? Hello, we don't.
Just the U.S., right? Just the U.S.
We don't.
Yeah, I was going to say, just the U.S.
And we were trying to get it really, 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 really hard. And kept
the point that I'm making, sisters, to show you our massive ignorance for so-called Negro-colored, Black, African-American people. And, God bless them. I love them. They're my people. I'm not kicking them to the curb.
Yeah.
So what I am saying is You get my point, though, sisters? Both of you? That the shit and the potential, the new manufacturing and assembly line, this shit is going to replace Motor City.
Oh, yeah.
This shit is going to replace you in Ohio. It's going to replace the fucking Rust Belt.
Well, that's already
all the way
dead,
from
but yeah.
But get what I'm pointing out here, because technically those same areas are going to be transformed. Maybe even, to some use the word, transmogrified. Okay? Because this stuff is major infrastructure. You can't be having planes and trains and electric automobiles. You do remember that stupid ass movie with Steve Martin and fat ass John Candy? Plane, trains, and automobiles. Who the fuck gonna build that? You know, when do I know I saw a rhetorical question, obviously, by asking Rhonda. But you get my drift. These things are real. This is not motherfucking Buck Rogers or the Twilight Zone.
Right.
Or the Jetsons. This shit is real. This is now. The problem for us, especially us old heads, plus 50, 60, and 70, is not having either enough insight or self-reflection to understand this could be what happened in the 40s and the 50s. Do you remember, and I thought we talked about this briefly a long time ago, love Walter Mosley. If you never read the Easy Rollinson, you know the movie Devil in the Blue Dress because Denzel knocked that shit out.
Did he knock that shit out the park?
Okay.
That was a hell of a movie.
Do you know, now this is Cali Girl again, this was all about Negroes from my neighborhood, Fifth Ward, Houston, Texas, moving to Los Angeles in the aerospace industry. Right, Cali? Right, Cali Girl? That was the storyline if you didn't pay attention. No, I'm serious. He didn't show you much of his day job because they kept talking about him being the Negro in the street and want to be private dick, you know, being an undercover Negro, having to solve the white man's problems, coming over, trolling across the track, looking for a little, you know, black stuff.
Right.
Okay. But his day job was working at the factories building the planes for World War II.
Oh, sure was.
You get what I'm saying, though? We don't get it. And it's not about us whining and crying about the white man this, the white man that. He ain't even in charge of the head of this shit. These Asians are doing this. Between China and India, they're blasting this shit. Do you understand the level of the next stage with space development? The goddamn Chinese are already on the moon. We ain't reporting the shit.
Well, they really ain't.
They got goddamn vehicles that they have put back on the moon. They may not have actual people yet, but they have robotic vehicles on the moon. And we sitting here, what? Doing the ooh-wee, like you said? Pass the motherfucking blunt, puff, puff, pass, pass. God damn it. Get your ass out of that, your head out of the cloud of smoke. You know? I'm only pointing these things out for no matter how we pay attention to what I'm saying now. This is real.
It is.
That non-fungible token shit. That motherfucker sold some bullshit on the internet for $69 million. We're hearing a report of some fool, give a damn who he is, buying a 52 by 52, whatever those dimensions are supposed to be on the virtual world, for $450,000 to say he's virtually living next door to Snoop Dogg. I mean, this shit is real. It might be fantastical shit, but it's real.
Yeah.
So on the real word side, what is going to replace the planes we're in now when you got a motherfucking hypersonic fucking plane? When you're watching Virgin Galactic with a space plane, literally, that we've already seen take 4 motherfucking billionaires up and do bullshit and come down in 11 minutes.
Right.
You know, this shit is real.
Indeed, brother.
Like you like to say, is not real. Is real. This shit I'm talking about is real.
Indeed.
Now, the funding for it is going to come under cryptocurrency and a digital economy base.
Yep.
That is real. Let's not whine about this. Sandra just said this morning, she spent 7 years learning what? Now they're showing how they going to fucking kill our ass with biowarfare. Well, goddamn it, Dane already put the movie out. Did you see his movie version, he said? about it's actually, I think that's what his actual movie is called, Bioweapon.
Mm.
You know?
Okay. I'll have
This
to check it
thing, and again, I'm only saying this for the 30, for you know, Nisi Poo, like you say, because she's knocking 40.
Right.
Okay? Dane is probably about the same age as her.
Uh-huh.
This is their reality. It don't matter what us old farts say or don't do.
No, it
It
don't.
don't matter. That's what they're going to live in. Now, the question is, now maybe I'm still in the beans a little bit, but I'm trying to talk in an elevated manner. You know, woosah, you know, and all this, whatever. The alternate world. Remember the transcendental middle
Yeah.
back in the 70s? Remember they used to talk about that type of shit? And it really never explained it. They didn't really understand it, I believe. They just fashioned some shit for fads just to make commercialization. What did you reveal last week? Commercialization is sex. Thank you, Sean. That was right before you dropped
Oh,
off and left
child, and that got
last
us
week.
censored. Yeah, that got us censored because I was like, why are
Okay, so
they
let me not
giving
go
me
too
a
far in that,
warning?
so to
And
pull
then I
the
thought about
plug
it.
again.
Yeah.
But in the realm that I've just described, all of these things are being perpetuated and personified so that the people who have been faking us out by telling we're someone else, by telling us we're from somewhere else, this is another approach as the American colonization society of recruiting Negro, colored, Black, African Americans to go into the virtual world, veg out, and disconnect from the actual physical world.
Yep.
Where this shit that I just described is going to be built and constructed. Whether it's called Build Back Better or not, bullshit from Uncle Joseph, Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., okay? That's not even the issue.
Right.
It's not the legislation. It's what underneath it is what I just described. What is this infrastructure?
Right.
What is it? When you're throwing that word around, what is infrastructure? Who the hell built it?
Right.
Our ancestors. Who built the industrial age of this society? Our ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
From 1890 to 1990, whose sweat, toil, and labor built all that exists today now so that we have highways, we have airport systems, we have massive water purification operations, and we have a transatlantic pipe for communications, correct? Because most people don't know and understand that.
Mm-hmm.
The cable under the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean.
Yep.
Who did that? What did you say, Sandra?
Talking about some AT&T.
Sandra just loves to jump on AT&T. Yeah,
She a
loves.
mess.
But
she's accurate,
but she's talking truth. She's talking truth because most people don't know AT&T is American Telegraph and Telephone.
Yep.
That's still the
just
first
the
word,
bells
telegraph.
Consolidated.
Yeah.
They broke them up.
But
Consolidated,
AT&T is still American Telegraph and Telephone.
Yep.
Who the fuck built the telegraph? The government.
Yeah.
Who the hell used the telegraph for communications? The military.
Yep. They still.
Who was the
they
people they first moved? Okay, so who did the military people move first through the Trail of Tears? That was the military, right?
Yeah.
And everywhere they moved and pushed our black ass, our ancestral melanated behind. That's the train tracks and the telegraph poles, correct?
Yep.
Now, we circle back to Pacers. I shared that with you how many years ago?
Ooh, it's been a minute ago, but child, that came in handy.
And who was owning and controlling still all those railroad lines? And all of those companies?
The Pacers.
And what runs along those telephone lines? The telegraph lines of those railroad tracks? Now, what's going to be built on them currently?
Okay, now you lost
Maglev.
Oh,
Maglev. Who the hell gonna build the motherfucking Maglev train?
The bullet.
No, okay,
the bullet trains. Yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm asking, who the fuck's gonna build that? And it ain't gonna be an American company.
You saying
who the
China.
fuck is gonna mine these rare earth metals?
Asia, basically.
Well, yeah, I ain't saying.
I mean, they
I'm just
got the
asking. I
experience.
don't fucking know.
They got the experience.
I don't. They got a motherfucking train going 300 miles plus.
They definitely, even in Japan,
of the top
baby.
10, eight of the top 10 are in China, Japan, Singapore.
You know what?
So I mean, I don't know. I'm just making an observation, sister.
No,
I don't know.
you're right.
I'm just a broke
Nope.
Negro Indian.
You know what? They
Okay.
said.
So
They said Taiwan is where they go and get those lithium batteries from.
They've been getting those
now
all over. I did a drop on
since
that.
you brought that
I
up,
did a drop
now
on
we
that.
talking about chip. The chip's 85% in the world. Where is it, Rhonda? 85% in. Intel is only making 15%. Hello?
Yep.
So where's the new economy built off of? If it's microchips at the nanotechnology level? I mean, I'm just asking, sister. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know shit. I'm just an ignorant Negro Indian. Been called such by other foreigners. Okay? I'm just saying. What the fuck are we building? You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one last thing, and you dug this up, pun intended. The lithium shit. Okay? Did you circle back to that patch of dirt? And it's our good sister, is because it's in her doorstep. We've already chopped it up. I don't know why I can't say this Indian name or American Indian town. She knows it's just up like an hour away from her, which is on the doorstep of this lithium shit. Mm-hmm. That was in this other segment I saw from, I think it was CBS Sunday Morning, or it may have been 60 Minutes. They are digging this whole goddamn valley.
Yep.
And if Tamika, if you're listening, please come back in and explain the exact name of the town, because it's an hour away from her in Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, because Tesla has this lab right there. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, Panasonic with its Gigafactory
is right there in Tesla's factory, but it's not too far from.
So they're the only ones. They're exclusively. Yeah, they're exclusively the ones that are creating the batteries. Now, again, they calling this shit white gold. Am I circling back to 1840s, the motherfucking gold rush? So now lithium is the white gold of electronics, of electrical cars, of potentially maglevs, and God knows, only knows, it maybe end up being the design of this supersonic motherfucking new generation airplane that could fly you from Cali to New York in under an hour. I'm not trying to, again, blow your wig off. I'm just saying, we kind of talk a lot of other shit. But I'm trying to say, hopefully, what I'm describing tonight is the real shit.
Right.
Okay? This is real shit. Now, if we were talking about this, if we had the ability to talk about it, and not being oppressed, and not being under chattel slavery, and not being under motherfucking white domestic terrorism and the Klan and white supremacy in 1890, what could we have been doing preparing for the Industrial Revolution in the turn of the century in the first 2 decades between 1900 and 1920? That's now 100 years ago.
Right.
We're at 2020. What the fuck are we going to do by 2030?
Right.
This shit isn't going to take long.
No.
And we didn't even scratch the surface about them purposely breaking the motherfucking supply chain. So where those trucks going to come from? Guess where they're going to come from? You know where they're coming from. You do see they're already testing self-driving motherfucking 18-wheelers, right? You do see that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And how many miles have they driven on Cali soil, Sandra, for Google?
What?
You know how many?
For the what?
It's been more than 1 million miles, Rhonda.
You mean the self-driving trucks?
I'm talking about Google shit, not even Elon Musk.
Okay.
I'm talking about Google shit that they've been working. Okay? More than 1 million miles without an accident, Rhonda.
So basically it's already tested and completed, basically, right?
I don't know. I'm dumb, stupid, and a motherfucker.
I'm telling you that it is.
I don't know.
I'm telling you that it is.
Tesla is.
I'm just saying. Okay?
Right.
When, my sister, When do we get a fucking clue? And I'll wrap up with these two suggestions, because whether we're out of Africa or not is kind of relevant.
Right.
Those Negroes who are going to be hung on that want to go that way, fine, have at it. In some ways, leave room for the rest of us. Get the fuck on. Stop. I ain't got no problem. We ain't blocking. But you better be prepared to control some mineral. I don't give a shit. You know what Coltrane is?
No.
Not Coltrane, not the great, jazz saxophone.
Yeah. No.
Coltan. Okay. Coltan is the fundamental building block of almost anything that's a goddamn electronic device. And let's not even get into the motherfucking rare earth metals. There's only one single company in America. All of it is controlled by Chinese mining and production. Guess who has the majority of the depository space of coltan? And I'm not talking about Wakanda forever and vibranium.
Dominican
Remember
Republic?
who we just got killed? Mugabe. Remember who they just let die, supposedly of natural causes? So when we talking stupid shit that we talk, we don't understand the effective, potential and influence of Zimbabwe, Rhodesia,
right?
Pretoria, South Africa, etc. If you ain't talking about that, I don't really give a shit what you're talking about being back there. Okay, that's one. Secondly,
right, it is.
You've already laid it out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not even go into Congo shit with King Leopold. That shit's still happening in effect from 100 years later. The shit that he did in the 1920s. But again, just the one example you did with the lithium thing. When you get her back on, or if Tamika, if you are listening, please call in with the name that I can't for some. It's like Winnebago.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't know that Winnebago is not a goddamn RV vehicle. It's a Native American Indian tribe.
Right.
Okay. Somewhere up in Minnesota or the Dakotas or whatever. But it's that type of a name. Okay. And you know what they're going to do with that city? You remember the shit that happened with the Keystone Pipeline?
You mean Winnipeg?
Do you know they pay motherfucking truckers? Well, in North Dakota, they were paying truckers $100,000 a year, Rhonda. Truckers.
Oh, yeah.
Goddamn, what do you call it? Because when towns like that pop up, you gotta have the dry goods, you gotta have a grocery store, you gotta have a fucking cafe, feed people, and you gotta have housing, right? Waitresses was making $50K. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
What you gonna think when they plop down and do settlement shit like they have done historically, and we've allowed them as foreign invaders to do? What do you think they're gonna do on this goddamn mound of lithium in Nevada? Like I said, Tamika knows the name of the town. It's about an hour from her.
Yeah.
Winnipeg.
Instead of us, and I'm not saying you, Sandra, or any of us old, decrepit, dying,
right.
seeing more on towards that end of life.
You right, don't be shit. Let's get that clear. Like, who the fuck is he? It called it old, decrepit, and dying. Shit, you better relegate that to your dammy. Shoot.
So when we aren't being the wise generation,
exactly,
to bring insight and understanding, because this is no different than the cryptic plot of Back to the Future. 3 of those motherfuckers was made. That there is nothing new under the sun, as the ecclesiastical phrase of Solomon that was said. Our problem is seeing the implementation of the shit.
Indeed.
You see?
Indeed.
So as I said and will say every time I come on this, thankfully on this sister's platform, you foreign motherfuckers, I don't care who you are or where you're from. If you came out the Twilight Zone episode, if you don't remember that one, my sister, To Serve Man. Yep. Do you remember that episode they called To Serve Man?
Yep, I know. I know all of the Twilight Zones.
But what was it?
It
was a cookbook.
A cookbook, yeah.
It was a cookbook.
And they was already on there. She had to run up the stairs. That's a cookbook. It was too damn late.
Yeah, but to serve man, you ain't got to serve me. I don't give a shit where you come from. I don't care what the fuck you're selling. I don't care what your culture is, what your name, what your color, what your gender you're trying to claim or mortify or morphin. Don't pay attention to Dave Chappelle and the latest is coming out on that, for example. But you ain't got to go home because it's the last call for alcohol. But you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Thank you so much, brother. It was good to hear your voice. Thank you for that drop. It was much appreciated. Chow, he went in on a lot. We actually did a drop on let me just real quick. Just really quick. We did an extensive drop on those lithium batteries because I was so blown away. I think that was 60. I'm like you, brother 832. I be getting 60 Minutes and CBS Sunday Morning straight confused sometimes on who they be having on there. But it's called Lithium Batteries and Ancient Tree Roots. So matter of fact, let me see. I'm going to drop it in the chat. We did a drop on that. So basically that lithium that they're using for the to go in the batteries, and specifically it's a high demand for it in the electric cars. Lithium is a remnant or a mineral from the ancient tree roots. Okay? So in that particular podcast, I was talking about how we have been so colonized and the earth has been so terraformed to the point that they are still terraforming the remains and the scraps. Okay? So that's where lithium comes from. Okay? So check it out. I went into detail showing y'all why it is the ancient tree roots. Just like coal. Coal is nothing but the actual tree bark. That's what coal was. When they were, quote, quote, going digging in those mountains for coal, that's what coal is. It's the remnants from the ancient trees. So that would be like, you using wood for a fireplace. Same difference. So literally we are to the point on this planet where they are terraforming / excavating the remnants, what has already been excavated. There's literally going to be nothing else to excavate on the planet. Hence why they want to go into this total virtual reality world, get people's consciousness focused on that, because the goal of these species are not to live in harmony, and have things whole. They are scavengers and parasites. Okay? That's the reality. If you look at any one of these precious, quote, quote, metals, we always need to keep in mind where this stuff is coming from. It's coming from the earth. Okay? So I just looked up this coltan. Child. It also, I'm going to have to do a little bit more studying on it, but it looks like it comes from some sort of ancient tree as well. I could just look at it and tell, but I'm going to do a little bit more research on it to let you all know for sure. Okay? And what we have to always remember, especially those of you that have this knowledge of where these things come from, and as they are excavated, how it changes the atmosphere. It has totally changed the atmosphere. We don't even know what benefits we were getting before the ancient trees were cut down and all this excavation and mining was going on this planet. We don't even know. We don't even know if these physical bodies that we're in now, if they even looked this way. Okay? So we're talking about a huge reset that is occurring. It is a very important reset. Because as one of the sisters said, and I'm tending to agree with her, their concept of time, or that astrological clock, has ran out. So this is a huge reset and shift. And that's why they are vying for you to make a decision on what you want to do, where you want to be. Do you want to go off into the AI virtual world, or do you want to go organic, natural? But make no mistake about it, it is happening whether or not you want to believe it. Although they are telling you and they are showing you, they're bringing this technology out faster and faster and faster. And by 2022, they're going to really accelerate it. They're going to really accelerate it because the natural vibration of the planet is speeding up. Okay? So this is something really, really, really huge. Okay? All right. So, all right, Sis Sandra, let me, but thank you, Brother 832. You brought up a lot tonight. So it was something else. Oh, Brother Lance said that the thing about the being able to own a piece of something is called GTA. It's GTA, if anybody's searching for that. All right. So just real quick on a follow-up, child, but before I go to that, y'all heard a dead Brother 832. That's what I meant to say while you was on. You probably already know this. Smollett, Juicy Smollett, was found guilty. You know, I don't know if that was a psyops or whatever, but he was found guilty. As soon as we jumped on the air, that news came out. So I just want to chuckle with you on that, Brother 832. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that was funny. I figured he was in the hoops right now.
Child, I wasn't thinking about him and that foolishness he was talking, because I knew he was lying when he came out the first time with that mess, and most melanated people knew he was lying. We like, bruh, your story sounding shaky, but okay. So whatever. All right, so what I want to share with you all as a follow-up, I did this a podcast, just a quick podcast on it, and I was telling you all about Biden had a nominee called Omarova, and she was going to be over like the banking regulation, but she had a controversial background, and I'm going to just read through this real quick. And those of you that saw that podcast, you'll know what I'm talking about. But it raised such a stink that she wind up stepping down. But I'm telling you all just to peep game, because they're still going to move forward with what this controversy was about. Just like I told you all, the Fed Reserve Powell said that they are now looking at crypto as a currency, and they're partnering with, I want to say it was the World Bank as well. The World Bank has a lab stood up to test out cryptocurrency, or they don't call it crypto, they call it digital currency. And that means the Fed Reserve literally said using digital currency at the central bank level and using it to settle as a settlement, a form of payment settlement. Literally, the Fed Reserve came out and said that in a mini press conference. But notice it didn't get any major news conference. So they can't say that they didn't tell people, because they literally did tell you that they are going to digital currency.
That Bitcoin stuff is going down, they say.
And it really has nothing to do with the Bitcoin. Bitcoin was nothing more than the testing ground for getting the population to adopt digital currency. Because remember, when Bitcoin first came out, it's COINTELPRO family. Because Bitcoin, when it first came out, it was promoted as, oh, this is going to be a separate banking system controlled by the people. It's going to be anonymous, this, that, and the third. For years, that was said. That's what was believed. Hey, that's what I believe. And then I started to think about it. I'm like, no, it's something else to this.
Yeah.
Then the government started stepping in saying it's a hoax, it's a hoax, it's a hoax. I'm like, nah, y'all lying. This is really the way it's going to go. And all along, the people that was up on it was like, F you, we don't care what you say. We're going to stick with it. Okay? And again, shout out to the younger generation. For the most part, they were the ones that stuck with it. Like Brother 832 said, it was the old heads that was talking shit, talking tall shit. I said, okay then. Y'all could keep not listening to young folks. You could keep dismissing what they're saying, but they're right about this. So then when it gained enough steam and the government stopped playing the this is bad card, then we need to tax it. And even with that still said, the general population still not getting a fucking clue. I'm like, do you not understand if they're saying they're going to tax it, which now they are taxing it? They're telling you this is what they're going to. Now, just me with my little old YouTube channel, go back and check my fucking record. I've been telling y'all this shit for years. I told y'all at the beginning of the year that the Fed Reserve was going to make some type of announcement about digital currency. I was specifically waiting on a white paper because that's what Powell said. They were going to produce a white paper on digital currency. But instead of because I was waiting on it in the fall. That's what he said. But instead of the white paper, he announced that they are partnering up with, I want to say it's the World Bank, with a lab, which is a technical lab to test it. But I told y'all that was already going on. And you still have the majority not fucking believing that this economy is totally going to change. Because for the most part, people literally follow things like sheep. They literally have to be told what to do, what to think. And if you don't come out and put breaking news, we were full of shit about the following, they won't believe it. Okay? So it's not like they're not telling you these things. They are. Okay? So this particular story, Biden bank regulator picked Amarova withdraws after Senate fight over her background. Right? Now peep game, brother 832. Asian woman. She looks somewhere from over in Asia to me.
Yep.
President Joe Biden's nominee for comptroller of the currency, Amarova, withdrew her name from Senate consideration for the post on Tuesday. Amarova's withdrawal came after concerns from Republican senators about the Cornell University's professor's writings as a legal scholar, as well as her background or being raised in the former Soviet Union. Now that part, they can go on somewhere. All of it, they can really go somewhere. But let's get into why they really had an issue. Child, here go the theater. I don't know whether to call you a professor or a comrade. Senator John Kennedy of, I think that's Louisiana. All right, so he said that last month in the Banking Committee confirmation hearing. So another Republican, Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, said, my concern with Professor Amarova is her long history of promoting ideas that she herself described as radical. And he agrees that they are radical. Shit, get to the ideas, y'all. Shit, that's what I want to know. Let me see. I'm trying to get to the ideas. I might have to go to something else. Yeah. I don't care nothing about that being a personal attack. Yeah. Okay, let me see. If they're not, I'm going to have to go somewhere else because they pissing around in this article and I don't appreciate it. Okay, get to what she was trying to say, y'all. Okay. They're not saying what. This is a bullshit ass article, CNBC. See, that's what be pissing me off. Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to. So basically, she was talking about the power of the Federal Reserve, and she was saying her unconventional ideas she advocated, including magnifying the power of the Federal Reserve to include consumer banking and sweeping checks to the power of banks such as JP Morgan, Chase, and Wells Fargo. So in other words, family, she was saying for the Fed Reserve to pretty much have total control over banking, which technically they do. But in other words, your personal bank accounts would be controlled by the Federal Reserve.
$600 have to be before.
Yeah, but that they gonna do that anyway. But what she is saying is,
No money for you.
today, when you put your money in a bank, don't you choose what bank you put your money in. Hello? Yes, you do. So I don't know why sis got silent. Maybe you know something I don't know. So today, when you put your money in a bank, you choose which bank you want to use, whether that's a credit union, whether that's JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, etc., etc. What she was proposing was to roll all banking up directly to the Federal Reserve, so that would even be your personal bank account. All right. Now, this was ideas that she put out when she was in Cornell University, etc., etc. And the reason I put this out in the podcast in the first place is because I told you all this was the step to digital currency. Okay? Because they are going to have a U.S. digital dollar, which they already have it. You don't believe me? Go look it up. They're all also are going to have a U.S. digital treasury note. And the Federal Reserve will go digital, and they're going to control everything. Okay? So that's what her thing was from the standpoint of the Federal Reserve controlling it all. Take out the middleman. So take out the middleman, the local banks, and just have the Fed Reserve control everything. So everybody supposedly and allegedly, not everybody, the Republicans, was in an uproar saying that she's giving too much control to the Fed Reserve. So the theater that they play with the public is, no, that's not really what she meant. That was just a paper she wrote while she was a professor at la 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 la. But basically, you have to understand that that's their way to give you disclosure of that's the way it is going. There is going to be a huge shift in currency and banking.
No,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
the problem I don't understand it is because they already have the control. Your signature is what gets your money transferred out of your account that the Federal Reserve runs. The Federal Reserve had $0 in the first place. This is the understanding I have learned about how this banking system.
You and I know that from the back end.
Mhm.
And just be careful when you speak on those things in public. So
So
just
now,
hold off. Hear me out. I'm saying that to say, based on what you know, don't say publicly what you know. And I'm telling you that for a very important reason.
it's a secret.
Wouldn't it make more sense based on what you know why they slipped this information in there?
What they already doing.
But it's deeper than that they're already doing it.
Yeah.
So this was their disclosure because I'm telling you all, that's the way it's going to go.
Didn't the Pacers establish that system? Yeah.
I'm assuming they did. They established. Yeah, they did. Not assuming shit. They did because they own. Now, I don't know if that's still rolled up in that trust because remember the Pacers are still hired by European crowns. I know the French was one of them, one of the main ones. I don't know who else today is a part of that investment portfolio. So the pursuers are just the managers of all of those holding companies. And yes, ma'am, the Fed Reserve is one of those holding companies. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so they just trying to roll it back in there, right?
Roll what back in there?
Everything.
No, it's still there. What I'm telling you all, let's keep this shit simple. And I keep being consistent. It's switching currency.
Oh, you just get rid of that other note.
Yeah, it's switching currency. because the dollar is bankrupt. Like I told y'all at the beginning of this year, I told you inflation was coming. I told you inflation was already here. They're not telling you publicly that we have inflation. Oh, and guess what now? We have inflation.
Well,
To the point now that the dollar store charge shit for $1.25.
well, that means they don't have to print it anymore. They just go mine it.
Well, they wasn't printing it in the first place. They
No,
was
I
only
mean,
printing a certain amount.
yeah,
I'm
they were.
going to say again, let's keep this shit simple. Let's keep it simple. This is leaving a certain currency, which is a frequency, going to a new currency, which is a new frequency. It's the same shit. They have to do it to keep control of the realm. Now, that's on the esoteric level. But at a tactical level, it's the same exact thing. It's literally the same exact thing. This is a part of a reset. And it's literally happening before our eyes, and people just sitting there like, duh, duh, duh. It's like, okay, they keep putting this shit out to you all, and it's like you're not getting it. So with this nominee, this was nothing but theater to tell you what is going on. The Fed Reserve said it out of his own mouth. I ain't gotta fucking go make it up. He said it out of his own mouth. They're going digital. Worldwide. Okay? So I just wanted to follow up with you all on that they're playing their COINTELPRO games, that she got struck down because of her controversial ideas on the Fed controlling stuff. Okay, so just peep game, because I'm telling you that's gonna come back up again, and but they're gonna spin it in a different way.
You know, the thing is that they may have started that and saying all that, but old Joe has both feet in the East. And so he has businesses, he has dealings with the East, and they basically want to go East on everything. So they just, just telling everybody they going East. And with this stuff, because there's going to be somebody who's going to be in top position, and Build Back Better is not for us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because I don't know if Asia is, it appears, every indication appears that they're setting Asia up to be the new world power, is what I'm trying to say.
They had said it for 2030, but they wrote it back to 2020. So that's why they're pushing Asia now, because it was when they did all those trade deals to take all the production from here to there.
Right.
So,
and because when Nixon in the 70s went over there and quote supposedly and allegedly brokered that deal for the U.S. to go into China to do business, and then they had Japan businesses come over here to learn our manufacturing, which they took that back over to Japan and perfected it and went beyond what they did, what the factories ultimately did over here, because folks get lazy in the U.S. sometime. I'm talking to big businesses get lazy. But they were setting up Asia back then to be the next world power. I keep stating they do things on 100-year cycles. We keep looking at shit. Some people so bad, they don't even look at shit 5 years down the line. You can't even ask the average person, where do you fucking see yourself in 5 years? What do you want to do? Whoa. I keep telling you all that they do things on a 100-year plan, and the real true movers and shakers, who you don't know their names, they're behind the scenes, they do them at 1,000-year cycles. Okay? I keep telling you all this. So Asia was just up for BAT to be the new superpower. That's the word I was looking for. The new superpower. Now, I could be wrong, but all indications is leading to that. That Asia will be the new Rome. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
As far as I know of, and I heard in intel that the U.S. went bankrupt. The U.S. went bankrupt in December, I think it was, on the 17th, and that the 1871 Constitution, where they borrowed money, was China and Sodom.
Well, Saudi ain't got no money.
Well, back in them days.
Oh, okay, my bad. Back in 1871. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, quiet as cat. This country kind of the U.S. is owned by old China boy.
Yeah, we've been knowing that.
Yeah.
Though.
So I mean,
those of us that's been following it, yeah.
So they just shifted it in your face, so you could know where it's going, and the people are just coming alert to the fact that old Joe boy has 2 feet in their door, and matter of fact, his whole body is in it. And it's just a game he's playing to be the U.S. president.
Well, again, that particular job, that's what it is. It's a job. They have to take orders.
Yeah, they are. It's taking a moment.
They're not going to disrupt that 100-year plan. And they damn show don't even know what the 1,000-year plan is. Because they're not that high up on the totem pole to know that.
But they think they are.
They don't even plan what folks don't fail to realize, that the U.S. president is equivalent to a CEO. They are appointed. That's what the president is. They don't get to sit in that room and plan out at the hundreds of years. They don't get that luxury. What they get is a set of instructions. This is how you're going to govern. People are so dumbed down that they don't understand that.
The worst part about it is they get inside trading. See, their inside trading is to Bitcoin and lithium batteries and all that kind of stuff. So they invest in that via inside trading because they're the ones who made the deals and the laws.
Right. They know what's coming up. I agree.
And so our people, we're the last to know. That's just like my 823 was saying. 832. It's just, where are our people going to get in on this shit?
All I can say is, only way you're going to automatically know at their level is if you're at that level, and you have to be at that level via bloodline family. So we're not going to know at that level. Okay, they're getting ready to release electric cars before they release electric cars. We're not going to know that. But you damn sure, if you read and if you put down the fuckery that you're ingesting in your mind, People know more about what little this one doing, little that one doing,
Who slept
what the
with you?
sports team's doing,
Yeah. This time.
swinging on folks for bullshit ass shit. They don't read. They don't follow anything but what is being told to them. They don't research. So absolutely you're going to keep being behind the 8 ball per se. We cannot make people do that. You can't make people do that. And let's be real honest with the bullshit. Melanated people don't believe melanated people unless you're feeding them bullshit. Come on now, let's tell the motherfucking truth.
That's true. They don't even get on Facebook unless they got to talk about each other. So, you know.
We can even look at social media and we see who gets the big numbers are the fucking scammers. If they get up there, talk like a preacher, sell them bullshit, that's who they gonna go to every time. But the ones that tell them, number one, what the fuck they don't want to hear, and tell them shit that they think is absolutely crazy, although you provide receipt after receipt. Oh, that's bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Blah, 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 blah. So me personally, I don't have no sympathy.
No.
I literally don't. I did not wake up out the motherfucking bed talking about this shit. And I have literally watched me be the first on many of these motherfucking topics. And then when it starts gaining traction, see the bigger platforms, specifically the male platforms, pick it up. Oh, now you niggas want to believe. But you done still missed the fucking boat. So I have no sympathy. People invest their time and energy into what they want to invest their time and energy into. And this goes back to what I was saying. People are followers. They're not thinkers. They're not creators. They are followers. That's why these resets are able to keep happening, because folks allow for someone to set their motherfucking future up for them. They don't believe that they can do these things themselves. And I don't have nothing for that if you don't believe it. If you don't believe in you, what the hell I'm supposed to do about that? I mean, it is what it is. I had to come to the natural reality as it pertains to melanated people as a collective. It is what the fuck it is. They're not there mentally and spiritually. They're not there. Anytime people want to swing on you about basic fucking life shit,
That's true.
I know goddamn well I can't talk to them about, well, you know they're going to do da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da in the future. Now, I purposely put the information out there so I have a digital footprint. Damn, she said that. And whether or not I'm here on this bitch or not, it's documented. But people, as melanated people, they're not interested. Melanated people are so far behind. And we can even take the business shit out of it. You can't give a baby steak to chew on. Melanated people are literally in infant state. No matter what the conscious community want to throw out at y'all, you king, queens, gods, this, that, and the third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, your melanin, blah, blah, blah. I don't see it. The collective melanated people are at infant state. They have not gotten down the basics. Because if you swinging on folks that's talking to you about shit that your mom and them should have taught you, you making the same mistakes that your mom and them made, and you still turn around and get a motherfucking attitude when somebody mention it and think somebody's supposed to give disclosure and say not everybody. No, motherfucker, I'm not saying not everybody. Because, bitch, if it don't pertain to you, why are you in your motherfucking feelings? Now, help me to understand how, as a collective group, that's being above. I'll wait. So, of course, all of these things are going over folk head when you're still at an infant stage. You still got motherfucking Similac on your breath. So you can't convince me that you're ready for steak. No, you still got motherfucking Similac on your breath. You have a lot of spiritual growing up to do. You have a lot of cleaning up that you have to do. I mean, it is what the fuck it is. So until people ready to get real and take real control of their own life, it is what it is.
You know, the reason I believe that they have control over us is because they took over control of the commerce. And we haven't gotten on board with that yet, you know? We still live in
but even with all of that said, because it's always with them. And yeah, you know, I'm going to totally, we all know how it shook down, you know, and now we know enough to know that it was people that looked like us that was behind the shit. Back all of that up. What the fuck are you going to do to change your reality? Because it starts here. It starts here. And then you put in the work. But what I see is, let's leave the infants out. Let's say you graduated from infants and now you a toddler and you just standing up. And the babies be so cute when they learning how to walk. And they standing up and you learning how to walk. I call that coming into consciousness. But you stay stuck there. You don't grow. Because to grow, you have to put in the work for you. And I'm utterly disgusted for people running around here talking about they conscious, but you don't even take care of your family. You literally have a track record, and I'm talking to old heads, decades of fucking people over. You literally have humans that you have raised in this realm that you have fucked over and provided them nothing, or what you did provide them was toxic. And you think you can brush that motherfucking shit under the rug and that you can graduate to the stake level. Really? You don't get no pass on that shit. So, of course, as a collective, melanated people are behind. We don't hold ourselves accountable. We don't hold each other accountable. I take that back. We do hold each other accountable
Too much.
when it's truth. That's when you want to hold a motherfucker accountable. You shouldn't be saying that. You don't like this motherfucker. Get off my feed. Out of my comments. I said what the fuck I said. Obviously, it must apply to your funky stinking ass. Now, these are alleged and supposed conscious people. These are the same conscious people that sat up there and talked that bullshit for years. We're going to, not the new age, the higher frequency of the Aquarian age. The same motherfucking conscious ass people. And you just sit back over the years and you watch them fuckers drop off one by one because they were full of shit and they were dirty. So no, it's not a surprise to me at all. You have to put in the work. You have to put in the work spiritually. You have to put in the work physically. You have to put it in practice. If you want to control your own fate, that requires you owning all of it. So no, none of it surprises me that melanated people are behind the 8 ball. No, it doesn't. Because they choose to be behind the 8 ball. Okay? Now, I'm talking as the collective. Because no matter how much truth you bring them, that's at the minority level. I know it is. I look at other people's numbers that I respect. Ain't nobody checking for no truth. But sell them some fantasy ass bullshit. Oh, yeah. That's okay. So that's on you. You keep fucking around for another 26,000, 25,000 and some change. That's your motherfucking soul. So no, I don't pretend. I don't pretend. It is what it is. So, all right, y'all.
We by ourselves today?
Huh?
We by ourselves tonight?
I guess we are. Son Scotty was in the chat earlier, but I do know I don't know if he had to do another shooting this week. On set is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. He was in the house earlier.
Yeah, I thought I had seen him, but I don't see him responding to nothing. So I chat. So I was wondering.
Absolutely. Yeah. What you say, son of universe? They have dyslexia. Child, I don't know what they have. But
Dyslipia.
I mean, it is what it is. And I respect folks' opinion to be whatever they want to be. Do whatever you want to do. But what you're not going to do is come for me with the bullshit, because my truth and or my opinion makes you uncomfortable. Go somewhere else and keep getting lied to, stroked, and coddled. It is what it is. It's just a separation. That's all it is. I mean, these are some of the same mythologies that majority of melanated people believe that's being played out, and they don't see it fucking happening. So shit. Who am I? I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, and that's on them. Okay. So what I want to go over tonight, we're going to get into the topic. The main topic is, this is going to be about the the multiple, I would say, catastrophes and possibly resets that have happened on this planet. Okay, so we're going to use in the examples of, I started pulling some biblical verses, and some of these biblical verses, I can literally match them up with the catastrophe events from the Sumerian tablets. Okay, so we're going to start with, let me pull up this Bible thing, y'all. Oh, shoot, my hand wasn't on the keyboard right. Do I want Bible Gate? No, I'm going to use the King James Bible. Okay, so let me get it. So the first one is, yeah, I don't like that Bible Gateway. They be on some bullshit to me. Let me see. I'm just trying to see how this one works, y'all. Okay, all right, let me share my screen. So we're going to go through this. Okay, so this is out of Revelation 16:18. And there were voices and thunders and lightning. And there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake and so great. Okay, so remember, Revelation is really supposed to be a book about what's to come, right? I ain't no Bible scholar.
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay, supposedly and allegedly. So with this particular one, it reminded me of various events that have, no, that one didn't remind me of anything. Yeah, it did. Sorry, I'm trying to go off my notes, family. I apologize. Damn it. They just be begging. Damn Wikipedia. Huh?
That would be when the continent separated, right?
Well, what reminded me about it when that verse was talking about, hopefully I didn't get rid of the verse. And there were voices and thunders and lightning. And there was a great earthquake, such as was not seen since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake and so great. So I was basically focusing on the part about the thunder and lightning, because what we forget is that there were various events. Where did it go? Okay, it came up there. That happened. It reminded me, when they talked about the thunder and lightning, of an event that happened in the 1800s called the Carrington event. And shout out to some of the listeners who were actually the one that put me on game about the Carrington event that happened in the 1800s. So the Carrington event was the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history, occurring on September 1859 during solar cycle 10. Let's see what they're saying about solar cycle 10. Solar cycle 10 was the 10th solar cycle since 1755, when extensive recording of solar sunspot activity began. The solar cycle lasted 11.3 years, beginning in December 1855 and ending March 1867. All right. So they're telling you, even before this 1859 event, there was a solar cycle event, which it was really an electromagnetic storm, family. Let's keep it real. It was an electromagnetic storm that happened 100 years before in 1755. Okay? So it created strong auroral displays that were reported globally. Okay? So just bringing it up, y'all know the aurora borealis. An aurora, also known as polar lights or aurora polaris, is a natural light display in Earth's sky. Okay? And causing sparking and fire in multiple telegraph systems. The geomagnetic storm was most likely the result of a corona mass ejection CME colliding with Earth's magnetosphere or magnetic sphere. Okay? A solar flare associated with the geomagnetic storm was observed and recorded independently by British astronomers Richard Carrington and Richard Hodgson in 1859. A geomagnetic storm of this magnitude occurring today would cause widespread electrical disruptions, blackouts, and damage due to extended outages of the electric grid. Okay, now remember, we have been warned that the electric grid will go down. And some say it's going to go down because of cyber attack. Some say, which I pay more close attention to, it is because of Earth's electromagnetic energy, okay, or an electromagnetic storm, okay? Now, specifically, I was watching John Levy's video he put out Sunday, and he was showing where they had pictures back in the 1800s where folks were carrying around umbrellas and they had on a certain outfit. And on the umbrellas, they had some sort of device. I want to say it was copper. Don't quote me on that. And on the outfit they had on copper. And he was saying that he felt it was because of electromagnetic storms. And I 1000% agree with them. Although the official story they are giving of what happened, why they were wearing, they had the umbrellas with the copper thingies on it, and folks had mainly the men had the outfit with the copper things, is if they got struck by lightning. Okay? All right, so I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so let's move along. All right, so let me get to my next one. All right, let me pull the next Bible verse. See if I wanted to do anything. Let me just read right quick. I pulled another one on the Carrington event. Let's see what they're talking about. See if this is worth reading. Yeah, I do want to read this. Okay. All right, because I pulled a couple of articles on that. Okay, the History Channel or the Misinformation Channel. So you got to use serious discernment with they stank asses. Okay. So this is about a perfect solar superstorm, the 1859 Carrington event. So in September 1859, amateur astronomer Carrington ascended into a private observatory attached to his country estate outside of London. After cranking open the dome shutter to reveal the blue sky, he pointed his brass telescope towards the sun and began to sketch a cluster of enormous dark spots and freckled its surface. Suddenly, Carrington spotted what he described as two patches of intensely bright and white light erupting from the sunspots. 5 minutes later, the fireballs vanished, but within hours, their impact would be felt across the globe. That night, now just keep in mind, if you are under the mindset that the sun is millions of miles away, and that's what the sunspots are coming into Earth's atmosphere, hey, no shade on my part. And you believe it's the sun is gas and all that, keep doing you. But if you're under the mindset that the sun is localized and this total ecosystem of the earth is localized with a dome on top of it, some type of form of crystal mixed with something else, then you would understand that the whole entire atmosphere is electric, and it's all about magnetism, frequency, and vibration. Okay? All right, so whatever school of thought you're on, just keep all of this in mind. Okay. That night, telegraph communications around the world began to fail. There were reports of sparks showering from telegraph machines, shocking operators and setting papers ablaze all over the planet. Colorful auroras illuminated the nighttime skies, glowing so brightly that birds began to chirp and laborers started their daily chores. Believing the sun had begun rising, some thought that the end of the world was at hand, but Carrington's naked eyes had spotted the true cause for the bizarre happening: a massive solar flare with the energy of 10 billion atomic bombs. Okay, so keep this in mind as we're going to go through these different natural catastrophes that we're going to go through in the Bible as well as in the Sumerian text. The solar flare spewed electrified gas and subatomic particles toward Earth, and the resulting geomagnetic storm, dubbed the Carrington event, was the largest on record to have struck the planet. Bright flare, dark lights. Compared to today's information superhighway, the telegraph system in 1859 may have been a mere dirt road, but the Victorian internet was also a critical means of transmitting news, sending private messages, and engaging in commerce. All right, so we don't care about that. Telegraph owners in the United States had observed local interruptions due to thunderstorm and northern lights before.
Commerce is important on you.
Oh, child, that's all they know is commerce.
Yeah, but that's the change. That's what you're going after, is the change in the resets.
Right.
Because
right.
in 1871, they did that new reset with the Constitution.
Well, let me give you your bomb, sis. Mm-hmm. So, damn it. Here it is. Now, do you mind just restating that again, sis?
Because that is a reset, because they did the commerce in the 1871 when they changed the Constitution.
And then what also happened in the 1800s?
1800s?
Like the 1865.
That's when they started. Well, in the 1800s, they started the Indian Removal Acts and all that kind of stuff.
Well. Mm-hmm.
Civil War in 1865. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
ended the Civil War in 1865. And what else? Emancipation Proclamation, where Lincoln set the captive white folks free.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that was a reset, all right. Getting us off our land.
Well, and just me. Now, this is just me, and I own this with the tinfoil hat on. I think it jacked up people's memory. I really, really do. Because that time frame is murkier than the MF.
They want to keep it so because I think when they start changing the colors of the people on the statues and pictures and the coins and the brooches and all that kind of
Exactly. That's a reset.
Yeah. And that's what they did in that time frame.
Yeah, so I was like, and shout out to the people that put me up on the Carrington event. I'm like, wait a minute, in 1859, it's a lot of stuff that jumped off after that. Yeah, that's reset. Okay? And aren't they now keep warning us about the Northern Lights activities and Mama Earth's human resonance, and also about that an electromagnetic storm can take the grid offline?
So they get ready for another one.
As they're talking about metaverse and digital currency. But let's continue. So, they saying they had observed local interruption due to thunderstorms and northern lights before, but they never experienced a global disturbance like the 1-2 punch they received in the waning days of summer in 1859. Many telegraph lines across North America were rendered inoperable on the night of August 28th as the first two successive solar storms struck.
Oh, you know what?
Uh-huh.
Lincoln was going to go with the gold, was he? And he was killed in 1863.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of resetting.
Exactly. And Lincoln came from being melanated.
Right.
Exactly.
And plus the what you call it? Reserve thing?
Mm-hmm.
National Reserve, where you talking about with that chick? Isn't he the one that set that in place? Yeah, he set that in place.
Who said it? What reserve chick?
The one that they just had a problem with.
Oh, the comptroller, the lady that was going for the comptroller job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lincoln created the whatever you call it, National Reserve. I'm sure he's the one who did that.
Are you talking about the Fed Reserve?
Yeah, that one.
No, that was in 1913.
You talking about what's the Roosevelt? 1913 was Roosevelt.
Yeah, that because they did that off of over Christmas holiday on Jekyll Island. Right, that's an island, a Georgia island.
Wireless calling.
Yeah. So it says many telegraph lines across North America were rendered inoperable as the first two succession solar storms struck. Colgan, a telegraph manager in Pittsburgh, reported that the resulting current flowing through the wires were so powerful that platinum contacts were in danger of melting and streams of fire were pouring forth from the circuits. Okay. All right. According to a witness, I'm kind of skipping through it, y'all. An arc of fire jumped from Royce's head to the telegraph equipment. Okay, so let me see. Damn. So they saying telegraph paper was combusting and all of that. Okay, so on September 2nd, the magnetic mayhem resulting from the second storm created even more chaos for telegraph operators. Child, they better than me, because I would have told them to go F they self, baby. You think I'm finna sit up here and answer these goddamn calls and get electrocuted? You out of your rabbit ass mind. When American Telegraph Company employees arrived at their Boston office at 8 a.m., they discovered it was impossible to transmit or receive dispatches. The atmosphere was so charged, however, that operators made an incredible discovery. They could unplug their batteries and still transmit messages to Portland, Maine at 30 to 90 seconds interval using only auroral currents. First of all, let's be clear. I'm not finna be sitting up on your lines getting motherfucking electrocuted on this job. But second of all, I want y'all to peep game. They're telling you that the operators were literally able to operate that equipment without it being plugged up off of what? The atmosphere or auroral current. But let's continue. Messages still couldn't be sent as seamlessly as under normal conditions, but it was a useful workaround. By 10 a.m., the magnetic disturbance abated enough that stations reconnected their batteries, but transmissions were still effective for the rest of the morning. Okay, so what this is telling you, fam, is that something changed the atmosphere. Now, I don't know if that was Mama Earth naturally changing the atmosphere, trying to shake off the terraforming, or if it was a messing around of the electromagnetic coil to cause the disturbance in the atmosphere. Okay? But it appears that these electromagnetic storms, these major ones, happen on a multi-hundred-year cycle. Okay? And shout out to Adapt 2030. He said it happens on a 400-year cycle. Okay? So, and while I'm still thinking about it, I just find it interesting that most people don't even compute that the sun don't even look like the motherfucking sun no more. Shit. I know I ain't that goddamn long in the tooth. Where folks don't remember the sun being yellow in the sky. Now the only time you see a yellow sun is when it's setting or when it rises. But once it get to high noon, that motherfucker is white. There are changes going on in our atmosphere. Huge changes. Okay? So this time we should understand that it's on a bigger cycle. Okay? Not only is it that 26,000 year cycle, I think it's 25,900. I just rounded it up to 26,000 years. But it's also on a grander cycle of, like, I want to say 300 and something thousand years, where I feel that the original terraforming is totally being dismantled. Okay? So there's going to be huge atmospheric changes. Okay? So by 10 a.m., the magnetic disturbance abated enough that the stations reconnected their battery, but transmissions were still effective for the rest of the morning. Sky on fire. When telegraphs did come back online, many were filled with vivid accounts of the celestial light show that had been witnessed the night before. Newspaper from France to Australia featured glowing descriptions of brilliant auroras that had turned night into day. One eyewitness account from a woman on Sullivan's Island in South Carolina ran in the Charleston Mercury. The eastern sky appeared of a blood red color. Now, I don't know about y'all. I've been minding my business over the last 3-something years and some change. I've noticed on and off the sky being blood red. I've noticed it being pink. I've noticed it being lavender. Literally, when the sun was coming up this morning.
And purple.
And purple, exactly. I was getting up this morning, and that wasn't even my normal time to get up. And I saw out the side of my blind, the sky was fucking fire red. And I looked, because it was a concentrated fire red. And I'm like, oh my God, let me run out. So I got myself together, run out, go try to catch it, to take a picture of it, and it was gone that quick. So it must have been the sun rising, and then whatever happened, I don't know if they cloud covered it over, but by the time I had just went from my bedroom to the front porch, it was gone. Okay, and that's not the first time. So I just found this interesting, and go on YouTube. People are recording the different colors in the sky and the blood red colors. But let's continue. It seems brightest exactly in the east, as though the full moon, or rather the sun, were about, oh shit. See, I can't make that up. We're about to rise. I just saw it this morning, y'all. And it was when the sun was about to rise. It extended almost to zenith. The whole island was illuminated. The sea reflected the phenomena, and no one could look at it without thinking of the passage in the Bible, which says, the sea was turned to blood, the shells on the beach reflecting light resembled coals of fire. The sky was so crimson that many who saw it believed that neighboring locales were on fire. Americans in the South were particularly startled by the northern lights, which migrated so close to the equator that they were seen in Cuba and Jamaica. Elsewhere, however, there appeared to be genuine confusion. In Abbeville, South Carolina, masons awoke and began to lay brick at their job site until they realized the hour and returned to bed. In Bealton, Virginia, larks were stirred from their sleep at 1 a.m. and began to warble. Unfortunately for them, a conductor on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad was also awake and shot 3 of them dead. Well, damn. In cities across America, people stood in the streets and gazed up at the heavenly pyrotechnics. In Boston, some even caught up on their reading, taking advantage of the celestial fire to pursue the local newspapers. Ice core samples have determined that the Carrington event was twice as big as any other solar storm in the last 500 years. Remember, I was telling y'all about them cycles. They plan things at a 100-year pace. Okay? What would be the impact of a similar storm today? According to a 2008 report from the National Academy of Sciences, it could cause extensive social and economic disruptions due to the impact on the power grid, satellite communications and GPS system, the potential price tag between $1 and $2 trillion. Right? So that was from the History Channel. Oh, child. a perfect solar superstorm, the 1859 Carrington event. So let's just go back real quick to the Bible verse, Revelation 16:18. And there were voices and thunder and lightning, and there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake, and so was great. All right. So to me, this passage is just describing catastrophe events, and I say I link them to resets. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, because I don't want y'all to think that was an isolated event, child.
If you're going to
So
read,
go ahead, sis.
if you're going to read Revelation, I want to say something about another one in there that is very clear. Unless people paying attention to it, they're not paying attention to it. And I was trying to figure out which passage that was in Revelation. And we got the jab, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, it has in Revelation, and we know that it's going to be a reset. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's in here, the jab. They call it the vial judgment. I'm trying to find out where that one is. Probably in the 16th chapter. And there was going to be so-called his angels. But we know these people are considered fallen ones, the Anunnaki. And their people are the ones who is issuing the, people are saying that they're the ones who's doing the vial judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Because what does the coochie come in? What's the container?
Oh, a vial.
A vial. And they are dropping like flies.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so it's part of the reset, and they're following this script. I don't care if people don't know it or not, but they are following this script, and
right.
they're producing technology to make these things happen.
Right.
And
see, even the dog agree, but continue. The dog got to put something on it every week.
And they're changing the water. They even have their sonar or their G5s and G's whatever is changing the fish in the water, so they don't even know where they're at. They run in the ground. Remember, all the animals are dying because of all the stuff they're releasing into the atmosphere. It's all here in this book.
Right. And then a lot of it too, though, is just the atmosphere naturally changing, just like that Carrington event. And I have to use natural in quotations because that electromagnetic coil is really a big factor in the atmosphere. Because birds like compass and their sense of direction based on the electromagnetic field?
Sonar. Yeah.
So if that's like getting out of whack, or if the electromagnetic field is so high, if I'm a bird, shit, I'm gonna fall the fuck up out the sky too. I mean, look how when they talk about these solar storms, when they hit, and when they talk about Mother Earth's Schumann resonance being high, those of us that pay attention, it impacts you.
Right.
Because sometimes you be so sleepy, you can't get enough sleep. Sometimes you be so hyped up, you can't calm yourself down. That's because we're also electromagnetic.
Yeah. And so these things are happening like it's nobody's business. And somebody, even that what they have in the stuff is already protected. And this is all towards reset.
Exactly.
Because they
Exactly.
make people go, you can look back in the book of Daniel. You're going to have a clay and iron. What it says. They're going to mix clay and iron, man and machine.
That's a great catch.
And so it's not going to catch. But what they have in that hoochie coochie is iron.
No, I'm saying that's a great catch for you to put that correlation together. That
I've been thinking about a lot of things they do.
Yeah, that's a great correlation for you to get that they were really talking about what do they call it? Transhumanism.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an excellent catch.
And if you want to get a little bit more into to tune with it, the age is predicted by the statue that Nebuchadnezzar had in a dream.
Oh, we're gonna go over him tonight. We got him. We gonna go over him tonight. Absolutely.
We're in the age.
Right.
So
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I said,
yeah, that's a very good catch, sis. Okay, so we're gonna go into because we ain't done, fam.
It's a lot.
Child, it is a lot, but you know, we here to bring the tea.
But you know, my point is, who is it that's doing it? Because if they do 1,000 years in advance, who's doing that?
They're unseen. They ain't called a hidden hand for a reason.
Yeah. I know F-Boy.
I don't know them MFs personally.
I don't know. I know Dr. F went around 1,000 years ago.
If you know their name, they ain't the ultimate people. It's just that simple.
That's true.
They're just puppet figures. They're given orders. Hell, I'm pretty sure they don't even know what we spitting out.
They know we're gonna be here. They know we were going to be here. That's prophesied that the elect, if it was possible, they could fool us.
Yep.
And there's only a few that's going to know and be awake and alert to it. So that's already we're out here, right?
Right. It's a choice. It's definitely a choice, but they already knew based on the past resets, they pretty much knew the percentage of the populace who was going to be like, no, that ain't how that's shaking that out. They already knew.
But they got you in virtual reality, so you're not really in reality anymore. I mean, we just start talking about virtual reality, you know, with the land stuff, but they actually have us in virtual reality years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like 832 was talking about. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one is Revelations 11:13, and the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell, and in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000, and the remnants were affrighted and gave glory to God of heaven. Now, child, earthquakes can be created. Okay, so couldn't pull a vid because I wanted to show it to you, but the channel that recreated it, I can't play it for copyright purposes. You can go on YouTube yourself and find that earthquakes can be created. Okay, it's just through frequency. So what I'm saying is earthquakes can be man-made, created.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. All right, let's get to the next one. And actually in one of those videos you're going to see, because they're going to show you how the mud floods happen. and it's called liquefaction. And let me see. Wikipedia. I'm gonna give y'all a little change. It ain't gonna be tonight. Child, Wikipedia done got so gangster with it.
And you have to pay?
Well, they just be asking you for a little donation. I try to give them a donation a couple of times a year, but shit. You go on there so many times, they be like, all right, player, you've been on here too many times. You want to donate? So I'm going to hit them up. I don't think it may have been 6 months since the last
Trinity had to get off because she had severe weather alerts.
What? Child.
That's her.
Okay, so this is they call it liquefaction. I said liquefaction. Liquefaction. Liquefaction is a process that generates a liquid from a solid or a gas, or that generates a non-liquid phase which behaves in accordance with fluid dynamics. It occurs both naturally and artificially. As an example of the latter, a major commercial application of liquefaction is the liquefaction of air to allow separation of such things as oxygen, nitrogen, and noble gases. Another is the conversion of solid coal into a liquid form usable as a substitute for liquid fuels. All right, now let's get down to it, because let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it. In geology, soil liquefaction refers to the process by which water-saturated, unconsolidated sediments are transformed into a substance that acts like a liquid, often in a what? Earthquake. Soil liquefaction was blamed for buildings collapse in the city of Palu, Indonesia in October 2018. In a related phenomenon, liquefaction of bulk materials and cargo ship may cause a dangerous shift in the load. Okay, I didn't know about that. So let me blow up this pic. And this ain't really a good pic, but you can go on YouTube and you can see where liquefaction happens when there's a earthquake, and literally it turns the solid soil into liquid.
It's a volcano.
And it creates mud.
Yeah.
So the particular things, and they're not showing you how these things were literally, they got submerged in the mud and then got stuck. And hence what the mud flood community are telling you what happened with these different resets. So meaning these catastrophes were happening on the planet that literally submerged buildings and cities. And we can literally still see today, if you pay attention to older buildings where you live, that's why you'll see things where it looks like it was a window and the window is like halfway underground. And literally what happened was there was some type of catastrophe, an earthquake, and I'm going to say a man-made earthquake, because you can hit the ground with a certain frequency to cause an earthquake, to create a mud flood, and it sunk things. Hence, resets. That's why when I was doing the particular podcast showing you all pictures of those old structures, And I was telling you to pay attention to the streets, and you could tell those streets had just been dug out from mud. Okay? You can literally go find pictures where when, let's say they're doing a renovation on something, or they're excavating for something new, and they dig and they're going down so many feet just to discover really old structures. Okay? So in the Bible, when they talking about these earthquakes, and the same hour there was a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And so in this particular situation, they're saying 7,000 were taken out. Okay? But now remember all of this, but you know you got to give glory to the Lord. We're about to get into who that Lord is when we start lining these up with the Sumerian text. Okay? So let's move on.
Did you say anything about Haiti?
Well, yeah, we know. Well, you know that's been the rumor is that they're purposely being hit with those.
You know, and I heard they have tons of wealth under their property. There's tons of minerals and stuff.
Would surprise me.
And that's why they moved to the earth.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Like China and Africa.
Yeah. Queen Ottawa said, peace and love, Queen Ottawa says, sinkholes. Yep. Yep, because every time these catastrophes, I call them resets, happen, they're just building on top of it. That's why most cities are built on top of old things. Like the entire city of Atlanta was built on top of an old city. That's why you can go to what they're calling the underground, and that's literally the old city. And by the way, Atlanta, specifically the city of Atlanta, is infamous for having a lot of sinkholes. Literally. Last time I was there, where I stayed, in the backyard, they had a big ass sinkhole back there. And I said, oh Lord, this shit built on some hollow ground. That means this entire neighborhood built on some hollow ground.
They have that in Florida too.
Yeah.
Lots of sinkholes in Florida.
Yep. But that's pretty much all around the world. It's all around the world. And what you don't see built on top of, you see that's deserted over, which means there was some type of catastrophe or mining, cutting down of the ancient trees, or both, that created those desert areas. So none of this shit is as what they're telling you. What you say? You said the New Madrid, Missouri earthquake bells rung in Chicago. Child. All right, so let's we did that one. All right, so this next one I'm just gonna, there was one good one. Now this is out to the mud flood community. And I forgot where I got this from, so y'all forgive me, whatever content creator, if you said this, if I don't give you credit, it ain't that I'm trying to be slick with it. I just done forgot, child. But this one is directly related. Dang, I must have closed down. Let me online KJV. Hold on. Sorry, I closed out my biblical window. All right, so let me put this Bible verse in. So I definitely want y'all to see this one. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get this. All right. Display. Okay, so this one, is it Mackay, Sis Sandra? Is that how you say this name in this Bible?
What?
Micah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm going to say. Forgive me in advance if that ain't right.
Malachi, Michael.
Okay, because I always think of Malachi, but okay, I'm going to say Mackay. So this is
Malachi.
okay. Chapter 1, verse 4. And the mountains shall be molten under him, and the valleys shall be cleft as wax before fire, and the waters that are poured down a steep place. So again, yet another catastrophe event. And this is to the point the catastrophe is talking about melting stuff as well. Okay. And so if you go into what it's talking about, of course, it's some drama and fight that the Lord has going on. Okay. And once we about to get into these Sumerian texts, so you all can understand who is the Lord with all of this dramatization. So hear all you people, hearken, O earth, and all that there is, and let the Lord God be a witness against you, the Lord from his holy temple. For behold, the Lord cometh forth out of his place, and will come down and tread upon high places of the earth. And that's when it gets, and the mountains shall be molten under him, and the valleys shall be cleft as wax before the fire. So it's talking about melting stuff.
What chapter are you in?
1, Micah chapter 1, verse 4. But I went back to the first verse to give content that it was some dramatization. Because once we get up into these Sumerian texts and start matching this stuff up, you all are going to see the pattern. Okay. So verse 5, it's saying, for the transgression of Jacob is all this, and for the sins of the house of Israel. All right. So I'm not going to go through the rest of that, but I just want y'all to make note of that. Catastrophe. Okay. And shout out to the mud flood community. When y'all be pulling up them old structures and you be showing that it was melted. Okay, now. That's coming up out the Bible.
That's a revised passage.
Okay, well, I'm getting it out of the King James Version. This is the online. I got the 1619 version, but I'm not finna deal with that big book.
No, I'm just, because I'm looking at the.
So what does it say in your version?
I mean, it's there, the same what you just said, but it wasn't in the original. So there's another Bible. They revised this scripture you just read and put the mountains will melt under him and the valleys will split.
Okay.
So that's not original. So is it a hoax they're playing on us?
No, it ain't. I don't think it's a hoax. You know how they do. They rewrite stuff and retranslate it. And
well, you know what I found out with the United States is the only place that gets the King James Bible. They don't use it in other countries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, should that surprise us?
No, but it's something to keep us glued to.
Right, because people will still cut your throat over the damn Bible, but they woke and they got consciousness and all of that. Oh, okay then.
Mike, yeah, it's Micah now. No.
So that ain't surprising me none.
Yeah, because there's an agenda here to keep us stuck to commerce, because the Pope set that up. The Catholic Church.
All right. So the next one, I'm not going to display. I'm just going to read to you because I want to get to matching up the biblical verses with this Sumerian text. So the next one is Amos 3:6. And I got this out of a different, well, let me just go on to the King James to be consistent. I just won't display it. Okay. I'll just read it. So that one's saying, Amos 3:6, shall a trumpet be blown in a city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city and the Lord had not done it? Just telling y'all, that's what it said up in Amos 3:6. And I'll go back a couple verses. Can two walk together except they be agreed? Will a lion roar in the forest when he hath no prey? Will a young lion cry out of his den if he hath taken nothing? Can a bird fall in a snare upon the earth where no gin is for him? Shall one take up a snare from the earth and have taken nothing at all? Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city and the Lord had not done it? Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secrets upon his servants, the prophets. Okay, so I just want to throw that in there, because once we finna get up in these Sumerian texts and these Bible verses, this shit should start making sense to people. So now we finna get up and we finna get to Sodom and Gomorrah, baby.
So that one was rewritten too to fit their Sumerian text. And
I didn't even refer to that one. That has no correlation word from word from the Sumerian text. I'm just using that so you all can be aware. Just peep game. That's why I'm using that. Now, what I'm finna give you now is finna be the backstory. I'm gonna tell you what they said up in the Bible, and then we finna get to this scenario, these Sumerian text. So, let me do this real quick. I do want y'all to see this one, because people want to come swinging, and I'm still waiting on said evidence to debunk the Sumerian text. All right, so y'all that's familiar with the Bible, you should, y'all know the Sumerian, Sodom and Gomorrah thingy majig. Okay, so let's get to this. So we're gonna start with Genesis, then I'm gonna jump over to the Sumerian text. So this is Genesis 19, chapter 19, verse 24. Now remember, I'm using King James Version. This is the online version. I don't know which one specifically this is. So how you want to translate it, that's your business, okay? All right. So 1924. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all inhabitants of the city and that which grew upon the ground. Okay, so this is the part that I always remembered. But the wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. Okay, so this is off of Genesis 19:24. That should be of no surprise to people that's just remotely familiar with the Bible. Okay, so let's get into the Sumerian part. Let's get to the backstory. The good. Right? So I am reading this out of the War of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Professor or Dr. Chris H. Hardy. And remember, she uses the Sumerian text as her main source for research, but not her only source, okay? But we're going to go. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis, while I'm looking for the page number.
Imagine a man running and not looking back. A man.
You a mess. Now, why you had to bring that on up?
I mean, seriously.
Well, you know, the women got to be the one dumb in the scriptures, right?
Right.
The women always got to be the villain.
And she's the one that looked back and turned to a pillar of salt, no less.
Right.
Man never looked back. Give me a break.
Well, girl, you know, because it was Eve's fault about the motherfucking apple. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. But great point.
Always looking back. He always looked back to see where the enemy is at. So it's not even logical.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's revised.
No surprise there. All right, fam. So this is on page 195. This is called Erasing Sodom. Let me get back as an introduction to the book account of the annihilation of Sodom and Gomorrah, to the second text that reveals a moralistic framework, Semitic field, similar to that of the book, the K-501 text. Now, see, I don't know what that book is. Child, let me get it together. Lord, bearer of the scorcher that burnt up the adversaries who obliterated the disobedient land, who withered the life of the evil words followers, who rained stones and fire upon the adversaries. Okay, so this must be from some type of study. I forgot what she said that moralistic framework made up, but we're going to continue. It's biblical and ancient scholar people putting that stuff together, but we're going to continue because we want to get deep into how it connects to the Sumerian text. It talks about powerful weapons to smash the disobedient country who, because of his disobedience, would be regarded as the enemy. In the War of the Kings of the East, Nanar, so that must have been the ancient text she got that from. Nanar and Inanna were major players, and they often brought the very kings who had battled for them to their doom for their own petty disputes. This has been the case of Amit Sin, certainly a lover of Inanna. Always some drama, y'all. But these supposed to be the higher level conscious, powerful, super mystical beings. And that of his brother, Shusin, who, as we saw, reigned after him and was put to death by the great gods. Shusin had exalted after so many before him to be the lover of Inanna. Child, let's see. But also to have been chosen as king by Nanar himself. So this is from Wars. Okay, that's from Stinch's Wars, which was translated from the Sumerian text. Shusin's inscription states that the holy Inanna gave him weapons to engage in battle. The enemy country, which is disobedient. In this sentence, we see again a mixture of information. with strong moralistic judgments. So we see that, like in Leo, the warmonger Inanna calls whatever city didn't pledge allegiance to her and contribute taxes. Child. A disobedient country which should be attacked and overrun. Despite his wars for Inanna, Shusein was so unsure of having the continuous support of the great gods. Now remember, the great gods are referred to the Anunnaki. Let's be clear, because by this time they had set themselves up to be worshipped as gods. Although originally that's not how they started out. All right? So, continuous support of the great gods, maybe he had premonition of the fate awaiting him, that he kept trying to appropriate them through magnificent gifts. Thus, and you know what, that's another point. If they was all so mysterious, this, that, and the third, why was you laying up with the regular folk? But I'm fencing to sit up here and continue on this. Thus, he built a special boat for Enki, one that could make the trip to Africa and back, certainly carrying the gold ore. Then he sought the favors of Enlil and Ninlil by adorning Enlil's temple in Nippur with a new stellar where he made himself high priest by erecting a new temple for him near the ancient one. And finally, he built the great boat for love pleasure that, as we have seen, incited Enlil to come back for a nice sojourn in Sumer and take his wife along with him when he departed. All right, so old boy trying everything to keep in the good graces of the great gods, which were really just the Anunnaki beings. The eve of the disaster setting the rationale. The book account starts with 3 men, the deity, and 2 emissaries or Malachim, visiting Abram, who was sitting in his tent near Hebron. Pleads with them to share a feisty meal, and he orders that a meal be prepared. The 3 men eat and rest, the deity promising to Abe a son from his wife Sarah, thus a legit heir. On departing after dark, after they had talked for hours, and the men rose up from there to survey over upon Sodom, and the Lord said, "Can I conceal from Abe that which I am about to do?" The deity then discloses that he had decided to come down and verify accusations, his 2 emissaries ready to act. The outcry regarding Sodom and Gomorrah being great and the accusation against them being grievous. If it is as the outcry reaching me, they will be destroyed completely. So now, am I making it up? Or I thought the Bible said Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because they was kicking it too hard and was having all types of weird sex, or am I just way off with my recollection of the Bible stuff?
Well, that's one part they did say, but the other part was they were robbing people as they were going through.
Oh, child. Okay. Well, hell, I didn't know that part, but okay.
I read it in another translation that they were robbing
So straight jacking people.
Travelers, yeah, they were robbing travelers.
Well, shit. Somebody should have came down and got rid of a bunch of cities. Today, shit, ain't they jacking people now? Now they running up in people's homes and everything.
Was they standing in the pulpit doing that?
Touche, sis, touche. Okay. All right. So let's go and Stitchin remarks about the erasing of the two towns as reported in the books. In the book. Okay, so y'all should know that the book they're referring to is the Bible. The event was most definitely not a natural calamity. It is described as a premeditated event, furthermore, avoidable and postponable. Okay, so she's quoting that out of Stitch's book, Wars. There is where Abe's famous negotiation with the deity takes place while the two emissaries have deported to check on Sodom. He is trying to save the town, arguing that perhaps there be 50 righteous ones inside the city, wilt thou destroy and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous ones within it? For be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the guilty, far be it from you, the judge of all the earth, not to do justice. Child. Says Stitchin, a mortal preaching to his deity? I'm with you on that, Stitchin. And the plea is for the calling off of the destruction, the premeditated and avoidable destruction. Then Abe negotiates the number of the righteous down unto 10. And the Lord said, I shall not destroy if there be 10. And he departed. It was already evening. Later, the two emissaries of the Lord reached Sodom, where Lot, who lived there, invites them to share a meal and spend the night at his place. But as the visitors sat down, the people of the city, the people of Sodom, surrounded the house, young and old, the whole population from every quarter. They asked Lot who the visitors are. They want to see them. They want to know them. Lot refuses, and the crowd wants to break in. But at that moment, the two Malcham smote the people who were at the house entrance with blindness. Child, they put some technology on that ass. Damn.
Lasers.
Yep, I think lasers too, sis. Both young and old. Well, that was wrong on the people. How you gonna break into somebody's shit? Child.
Remember they were robbing people.
That makes sense, sis, like you said. Robbing people. But like I said, honey, it should have been a lot of smoting.
Remember them city maps? I mean, the signs in like Georgia and Mississippi. Don't let the sun go down on you.
Oh, yeah. Child. And we about back at that time. We right there now because folks so out of control. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
It should be a lot of smiting and smoting.
And they do that. Some of the people were hung when they were caught after dark in some areas.
Child. Okay, so then they ordered Lot to bring all his relatives to his house. Bring them out from this place city, for we are about to destroy it. Then the text say that Lot's son and son-in-law, sons-in-laws, in hearing the threat, laughed it off, and at the dawn, Lot will be only with his wife and two young unmarried daughters. Says Stitchin, as we now learn from the Babylonian text, okay, so he's pulling that from the Babylonian text.
But he just said son-in-laws. And he only had two daughters.
Well, he said in the book, she's saying, she's quoting Stitchin, who's getting it out of Babylonian text. Sons-in-law, and she put in parentheses plural.
I had two. She had two daughters and two sons. And then they come up later with the story that the daughters laid with Lot and had his children. But those girls were married.
Child, so just nasty.
Yeah.
Just nasty.
Just a mess.
Stitchin says, as we learn from the Babylonian text, the outcry, the accusation against the sinful and wicked cities of the biblical text was their rallying to the side of Marduk and Nabu. Child, this is where the drama unfolds. Escape to an island and the reign therefore afterwards. Oh, wait a minute. Shit. Hold on, y'all. I apologize. Let me go back over that. My eyeballs jumped. As we now learn from the Babylonian text, the outcry, the accusation against the sinful and wicked cities of the biblical text was the rallying to the side of Marduk and Nabu. So, child, basically, what they saying, what had happened was they didn't give a damn about them jacking folks. They ain't give a damn about none of that. It was all about them going against their enemy, siding up with Marduk and Nabu. Now here we go. So y'all want to know what destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? Here we go. The target of the nuclear blast were the cities supporting Marduk, and the aim was to slay Nabu, who was hiding there at the moment. Nabu escaped to an island and reigned there afterward. So, a nuclear blast was what destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. And it was really the root of it being destroyed, because the city had partnered up with Marduk. And just like them Anunnakis always do, they always warring with one another. Okay? But they used the justification telling Abram or Abraham, no, y'all steal too motherfucking much. Y'all jack people for their stuff too much. But that really wasn't the root cause of the nuclear blast. Then we recall that Lot's wife looked back and became a pillar of vapor. Indeed, Stitchin makes a very sound case about the translation of Hebrew word for vapor and not salt. So in other words, Stitchin is saying Lot's wife was burnt up by the nuclear blast, not turned into no salt. In the morning, Abe got up early and he looked in the direction of Sodom, and he beheld their smoke rising from the earth as the smoke of a furnace. Apparently, I'm sorry, sis, did you say something?
You keep saying Abram?
Well, yeah, she said Abe. She's been calling him Abe, Abram, but it's definitely Abraham, right? That's what it's saying in the Bible, right?
No, it's Lot. Lot was in Sodom and Gomorrah. So
Okay.
she said Abram.
Well, she said Lot, but I'm telling you what I'm reading what she said. In the morning, Abe got up early and he looked in the direction of Sodom, and he beheld their smoke rising from the earth and the smoke of a furnace. So what was Lot's wife's name?
I don't know her name. I don't think they gave her name.
Because I thought Abraham had a wife named Sarah.
Sarah.
Okay, so Abraham was involved in this little situation.
Abraham wasn't in that.
Well, I'm just telling you what they say the Sumerian text said. Now, I'm just going to go back where he said Abe was having a meal with some folks, with the three men, and then he had a conversation with the Lord or the deity.
His nephew, yeah.
But the part that made me think that it was Abraham, because it said up in here that they said that his wife, they're going to make sure that his wife Sarah gets pregnant. So that just made me think of Abraham.
And they mixed that story up here.
Well, so, I mean, y'all can believe what you want to believe. Now, they're taking it from the Sumerian Text, which is older than that Bible. But either way, it don't make a difference to me. Okay, I'm just relaying to you what these folks done said to match up what they saying up in that Bible. Okay, shit, I lost my part. I guess the sinful. All right, so Lot's wife was turned into, she just got vaporized versus the salt. So Abe got up in the morning and he saw smoke rising from the earth as the smoke of a furnace. Apparently, he slept all night, not wondering about Lot. Yes, two different people, according to them. About the city, about if it had been sparred. He was awakened by the blast in the furnace. Hebron was about 45 miles away from Sodom.
Everyone was looking that way. Yeah.
Okay. No, this is right. They're right, because it even says in the Bible, then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord of heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all inhabitants of the city and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. So Abraham's ass was there.
And he was there to rescue Lot. That's all I know.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I'm just clarifying. They are accurate according to lining up with the Bible. Oh boy, was there. Okay, so he got up early and he looked at the direction. Yeah. Blah. Yeah, apparently, oh boy, Abraham slept all night. Let's also state that Abe was 99 years old at the moment of these events, and that he had gotten a son from his concubine Hagar only at 86 years old. Being without a son of his own in an advanced age, his nephew Lot had been his only legal heir until 13 years earlier. And this is why at 70 years old, he traveled from Haran on the Euphrates towards Hebron with Lot, whose father had died, as a surrogate son. There are, in my symptomatic views, a lot of issues and questions arising from the version of the facts by the biblical narrator of Genesis 18, as Stinson puts it. Compared to the text of the Garden of Eden, which I analyzed using semantic fields theory and DNA of the gods, we see an evolution of the script towards the disappearance of whole sentences, showing an informational framework. Facts are reduced to minimum information buried within the moralistic framework statement. So in other words, she's saying, now why you gonna tell all the part about how supposedly they was down there kicking it, wrongly kicking it in a sinful manner, having nasty sex, this, that, and the third, but you gonna leave out the part that you was really pissed with them about being linked up with Marduk and them, your enemy. You just gonna conveniently leave that out and saying, no, I'm about to nuke this city because you down here being nasty and you down here stealing, right? So that's basically what she's saying on that. So using a moralistic framework for their fuckery. And the moralistic framework that they're using, what they put upon the people was far more moralistically wrong than what they were accusing the people of. So let's continue. We observe an excess of negative moral judgment, while to make the matter more clear, the earthlings are cast as desperately evil or unworthy, apart from the exception of Abe. All this inducing the readers to agree that the two great men were showing so much care and mercy, while we still have no idea what exactly were the sins of the inhabitants. They will never be stated in this text. Yet, so dreadful were these sins, about which the outcry was so great and the accusation so grievous, that they had outraged the Lord. The deity says he is not going to act without verifying. Excuse me. However, his mind is already so much set that his wording is revealing that which I am about to do. Right, so if you ain't made up your mind and you thinking about it, why are you stating what you about to do? You came to me telling me that you finna nuke the place. That's what you did. You came to me saying you gonna nuke the place. And I'm saying to you, is that really right? What have the people really done? So she's absolutely right. All right? And let's be clear that Abraham was only spared, and they were only coming to Abraham because he was in that high priest order and of that bloodline. Okay? All right. Damn it. Yeah. That which I am about to do, and not anything like I am still weighing if I will or should do this and that. Exactly. We observe an accumulation of details detailing from the main point, and which only aggravate the unworthiness of mere earthlings, as if the narrator sought to hide the scarcity of the information he wants to convey, which is reduced to a symbolic and meager thread of information. Moreover, the I don't know why she used this word, aggrandizement of the Lord and his emissaries is as constant as it is excessive, while the readers are customarily to experience a psychological impact aimed at priming emotion of self-culpability, helplessness, feelings of unworthiness in front of the Lord of justice. Okay, so just to recap real quick. Damn, I thought we would get through this. I'm going to read a couple of more and we'll pick back up next week on this, because I still ain't done, y'all. I still ain't got through the list of catastrophes. This just happened to be one of the longest ones that they had documented out. So just to recap, this is the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. And Sodom and Gomorrah was not taken down because of folks being nasty and sinful. It was taken down because they were aligned with Marduk. Okay? The enemy of the other Anunnakis. Okay? Sodom and Gomorrah were taken down from nuclear. Okay? It was a nuclear event that took out the town, took out the inhabitants. Okay? Lot's wife did not get turned into a pillar of salt. She was vaporized, which would make sense. If it's a nuclear explosion, you're going to get vaporized. She may have been turned into a pillar of ash, but not salt. All right. The fact that we, the readers, don't know what they did just aggravates the matter. Am I a righteous? Did I sin in any possible way? Which one? Through word of mouth, the legacy of the term Sodom, and you just add an E on that. I'm trying to do that for censorship purposes. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Through word of mouth, the legacy of the term Sodom, add that E on the end, of course, seems to give an inkling of what went on there, totally misleading. While nothing is said about it, which is 3 hints, which 1 stone. 3 hits, with 1 stone. So in other words, she's saying up in the Sumerian text, they ain't said nothing about the way people was throwing down in the bedroom. That's what she's saying. But let's continue. For one, it hides the illegitimate and shallow pretense of ordering the genocide of a people because they have decided to worship another god. Two, the text is thus sparred from lying, while 3, it nevertheless suggests the worst evil anybody could fathom as abominable. Each reader presumes his own idea of culpability. So I find it very, very interesting that she knocks it out the park saying, you know, they just left some stuff out to kind of like appear that they're not lying. But you know, like when your mama and them say, I don't care nothing about just because you didn't tell me, it ain't a lie. You knew exactly what the fuck you was doing. Or just like you try to tell somebody that's trying to manipulate you, I never said that. No, MF, you never said it, but you purposely left it out to be nickel slick. So that's what she's saying. All right? Okay.
Well, another thing is they left it out to justify murder.
Yeah, that's exactly what she said. Exactly. Justify genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, genocide. And then to punch you straight up in the stomach, you decide to save your peeps. You literally tap your peeps on the shoulder and say, listen here. Go on and gather your people together, because I'm finna nuke this entire place. So damn the rest of people, but I'ma save mine. I'm gonna save my bloodline. The rest of y'all, I don't give a damn about you.
You know, that's interesting. You can see there's 2 entities in the beginning of the script to this person right here. There's 2 people. Because the one in the beginning, all he had to do was speak, and wave of a hand or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here has to take weapons and nukes and kill them.
Right, but remember they had them different MEs too.
Yeah.
And just like that movie Eternals, they all had different powers. And I equated them to MEs. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. And that says a lot about the specific abomination the church choose to project on Sodom. And what about Gomorrah? I had asked somebody in the know. It's the same. Homosexuality, but for women. Child, come on now, tell me what you're trying to say up in here. The big problem with this interpretation is that same-sex intercourse is something about which an Anunnaki male or female would not see anything wrong. That's what I was tripping up with. Once you know who these beings are that they're speaking of in the Bible, you have to question the Sodom and Gomorrah story, because it's like, wait a minute, y'all got down same sex, so how you gonna come and nuke a city over that? So excellent point. I'm glad she caught that, because now I ain't one to gossip and you ain't heard this from me. But supposedly how folks get down in those higher echelons, it's ritualistic. It is like on the same sex level. Okay?
With children.
Specifically with men. Now, I ain't one to gossip and you ain't heard that from me. Okay? So, okay, they didn't find anything wrong with it. They are casual about it, as were the Greek philosophers, with wives, children, and young male lovers among their students. Child.
You too now.
And so you people that want to sit and talk shit, you melanated people, about where same-sex stuff came from, you want to try to put it on Caucasian people. Oh, that came from the Greeks. You do realize that those original Greeks were melanated, right? See, you can't fucking have it both ways. All right, but let's continue. Such stories, seduction, love-making are not rare in the tablets. Only they are less often chanted in poems than the heterosexual union. If we approach the book's account, which detachment and without being pulled within the religious somatic field, impervious to the aura of awe, and if in this frame of mind we read it anew, we may, mortals of the 21st century, be totally disconcerted, ashamed, and outraged, but not vice versa, the same persons. It is to enable this detachment and avoid being pulled or sucked into the mindset prodded by these texts that I systematically refuse to use the usual names, which are such powerful attractors that they simply impede us from thinking. Okay, so in other words, she's saying, now that we're going over this information of how these ancient texts, so Sumerian texts, one, Babylonian text, are recounting these same events that they are talking about in the Bible. She kind of, in her writings, that's why she abbreviated Abram, because she automatically knew that the programming is so deep that soon as people got that connection to Abraham, oh no, oh hell no, oh no, that can't be true, that can't be true. Okay? So she understands the psychology of folk. Okay, so I'm going to read these last couple of paragraphs, and then we're going to pick back up next week, child, because we still ain't even going fencing to be done. Let me mark it, y'all, before I forget. With Sodom. Don't we see two emissaries of one of the great gods who are gods themselves, Nibiruans? Let's be clear. When we talking about these gods, lords in them up in the Bible, who we are speaking on. Okay? Sitting around a low table with Abe, who she had to abbreviate him to Abe instead of Abraham because folks would freak the fuck out and eventually disconnect from the information. So they were sitting around a low table with Abe and sharing a guest lunch before they got into the filthy warlike business of pouring nukes over the population of no less than 5 cities. So if you tell me that ain't giving, no fucks were given, baby, it can't get no clearer than that. That you can sit down and eat a meal and say, well, yeah, this shit finna be destroyed. Yeah, across all these 5 cities, this shit finna be done. Okay? If the deity wanted to verify the outcry, of whom, by the way, what was his criteria for smashing or not smashing a civilian population? Why did it have to be Abe who offered a moral criterion? So Abe ain't even the God in this situation. The way Abe started to bargain the massacre, will you destroy the righteous? Clearly means that beforehand the deity was set on a global kill. Also offensive is not the deity who is filled with such an overwhelming rage and lethal intent, seducing Abe by promising to him the legal heir from his wife. Oh, that's a very good catch. By promising to him the legal heir from his wife that he didn't beget during his life. Child. So in other words, I really know that you right. But you know what? I'm going to make sure that your wife is able to conceive. And that is how deals are struck. Major important deals. Okay? Now this is the Lord, the God, and the Abraham that folks say is their bloodline and will swing on you about. This how they get down and roll. And yet, the account is made to underline the all-powerfulness and greatness of a Lord able to make such miracles happen. So, we know they had the technology of genetics. We know that. So they could have easily got her womb together to have a child. So we already know that. It's technology. Ain't that they all this mysterious, powerful, omnipresent being. It was technology. Just like it was technology when they nuked them 5 cities. But let's continue. In this sentence of Abe, the leader of the 3 men is clearly identified with the judge of all. The judge of all the earth. That is the king of heaven and earth, the unherited title of Enlil. Child. So do you all understand that this fight was between the Sodom and Gomorrah destruction, which was destroyed by nukes, was a fight between Enlil and Marduk. And the people was rocking with Marduk versus Enlil. But we fencing to continue. Okay. That is the king of heaven and earth, the inherited title of Enlil, and yet this judge is intending a most unjust and radical genocide. Yet from the perspective of the narrator, he is showing immense compassion and mercy. So I want y'all to peep game. Do you understand who the Lord they were referring to in the Sodom and Gomorrah epic? It was in Leo. Okay? You know, the one that's always been the shit starter. Inky's brother. We nicknamed him over here Inky and Binky. But let's continue. At this point, Abe, who had gone with them to see them off, meaning to accompany them a bit, returned to his place. The three men had arrived in the heat of the day around noon, and we are told that the two emissaries depart around dark, and the exchange with the Lord then takes place on a dune, the dune on which he will see the furnace later. This to imply he was safe being so far away. Okay, so we're gonna pick back up next week because, child, we still ain't got to the rest of Sodom. We're gonna get through that, and then we're also going to go over the other biblical verses of catastrophes and how they line up with the Sumerian text. All right, so with that said, sis, we're going to close out. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
No, I just wish everybody a good night. Enjoy your holidays as they come upon us. And it was interesting.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Really, really interesting.
Especially when you could line up that scripture.
Yeah, you can line them up. And shout out to Brother Wendell. When we did the creation story myth, we lined up that stuff before. And it was a huge awakening to me. I'm like, okay, so now we know who Lord is, God is. So I'm like, okay, so if that's the Lord and the God from these Anunnaki, they really the original shit starters.
They're the original Bible writers.
Exactly. Because the Bible is an offshoot from the Sumerian text. Absolutely. So Queen Ottawa said Abram's name was changed after he had a legit heir by his wife. Both names changed after Isaac was born. Oh, thank you, Queen Ottawa. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Well, all right, fam. We will be back next week. I definitely want to get through the rest of that, of all of the rest of the lining up the Sumerian text, with the biblical scripts as it refers to the catastrophes that happen on Earth. Because we have just one more live show, which would be next week, and we're going to take a 2-week break, and then we're going to come back fresh in what they're calling the new year.
Oh, there's one thing I want to tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
My cell phone bit the dust.
What?
That means your telephone number.
Oh, the number that I have for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
My number's going to be the same when I get my phone, but your number I can't get out of my cell phone.
Okay, so you need me to text you?
Well, when I get my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, we'll be back on next week. And just remind me, but just giving you a precursor that, let me pull up my calendar to make sure, child. Yeah, we're going to have the last show of their Gregorian calendar year next Thursday. And then we're going to take 2 weeks off.
Well, that's my birth week, so.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah, because I got to need some downtime to get
I may be AOL.
Huh?
That's my birth week. I may be AOL.
Okay. Hey, I understand. I get it. Okay, so yeah, just remind me next week if you have your phone and all of that in play. But I'll remind the family again that we're going to take 2 weeks off. So thank you for the live show, but I got a bunch of podcasts I need to put out. So family, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the YouTube family in the chat. It's much appreciated. Thanks to my co-host, Sandra. Thanks to Brother 832 for coming in, putting something on it. It's much appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube family listeners. We will be back next week. I wish everyone well. Thank you so much, fam. Peace and love.
Peace and love, everybody. Good night.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.